Hello everyone, this is Jim. Let's delve into module 1.1 Facebook ads metrics. Guys, first of all, these metrics are essential, whether if you want to work in an agency or whether if you want to work in let's say a marketing department of a company. So either way, you're gonna need those. If you are really familiar with that, you might as well go ahead and skip it. But if you're new to Facebook ads, you definitely need to know these. So let's delve into it. We're gonna cover the basic ones, and we will have a great understanding once we move on to the actual Facebook ads interface. And we will, please take notes, by the way. I will also provide a document underneath that, and these are the essential ones you need to use. All right. This is the reach. First, reach is the actual unique number of people that sees your ads. Reach and impressions can be confused for starters, but reach is actually usually becomes a lower number than impressions. Let's say here is 8,850. Usually impressions is around 20,000. So reach is the number of people who saw your ad at least one. It says here, the higher is better, of course, but I will say you can keep that in your mind as the unique number of users. So one person can see this as just once. Moving on. Impressions. A person can see your ad maybe 12 times in a campaign, or let's say 15 times or 2 times. These are all counted as impressions. So impressions are going to be way higher. As you can see, it almost doubled it, the number of impressions. So we can say a person can see your ad more than once, but you can set a frequency limit to that. So maybe you're running an ad and you're saying, okay, I don't want my ads to show to a person more than, let's say, 3 times a day, and then you set your limit. But if you don't set your limit, Facebook is gonna keep showing your ads to a person as much as possible, because that's how we're charged on Facebook, number of times your content was displayed on the screen. Let's move on. Clicks, and there's link clicks over here. I'm gonna explain the difference here. Personally, just focus on one and move with one of them. So I don't want to get you confused here. I always move with clicks all, but clicks all is different than link clicks. Link clicks takes you to the desired action, let's say to a website once you click on the link, but that link includes the call to action link, clicks on the link in the description, or the full page experience. Let's say if you're running a collection ad or a lead gen form. This is the link clicks, but this is going to be lower than all clicks. As we can see, clicks is 211, link clicks is lower than this. Let's go back one more time to clicks. This is going to be clicking on the ad anywhere. Let's say there's a profile picture on your ad when you see on a Facebook or Instagram. You click on it, but you don't land to the website, but you still clicked on it, and then it is going to be counted as click, but it is all clicks. Let's move on to click-through rate. Click-through rate is a percentage number that Facebook gives to you, which is, there's a clean-cut formulation of that: impressions divided by number of clicks. Easy peasy. Higher is better. We always want to have higher CTR, click-through rate, which actually click-through rate usually shows if your ad is appealing or not. By the way, I'm looking at the screen here. My camera is right at top, so I don't want to disrespect you or anything, guys. So the higher is better. Usually on Facebook, the click-through rate is around 1% mark. It can go lower than that. Usually it can be lower depending on the industry, but we always want to aim for the highest. Usually I want to see my CTR on my ad campaigns nowhere below 5%. If you're running an industrial product or B2B, let's say medical device, which I successfully ran medical device products, which usually have around 1% click-through rate, which should be your lowest benchmark, 1% for Facebook. The higher is better. You don't have to worry about dividing the impressions by number of clicks. The Facebook automatically does that for you. CPC, here we have cost per click, but keep that in mind, guys. If you want to work with all clicks, you want to also choose CTR by all clicks and CPC by all clicks. If you want to move on with link clicks, There is also an option for you, CPC by link clicks, CTR by link clicks. For me personally, some advertisers prefer link clicks, but I prefer all clicks, and I've never seen any issues with that. So go ahead and use all clicks for me. CPC, cost per click. So this shows how much you're paying actually for one person to click on your ad. Anywhere on the ad, it doesn't matter, since we're using all clicks. Amount spent divided by clicks. As you can see, the lower is better for us. We want to keep it as low as possible, but of course, at the end of the day, we are being charged by impression. It is not like Google search, which we delve into it later. So we don't really care about the higher CPC. It may be higher, but we're getting the end results. So maybe our return on ad spend is really high. So we don't really care about the CPC, right? Usually some people really freak out about that, but I wouldn't focus too much on that. But if it is like significantly high, I will definitely go to my website and check if it is relevant or not. Maybe your website is really not relevant and Facebook is giving you a low relevance score and you're bidding higher and higher. CPM, it is cost per mil, which is cost per 1,000 impressions. Mil is 1,000 in Latin, so the lower is better, of course. You're paying certain amount to show to 1,000 people, and of course you want it to be lower to be more profitable to show to as much people as possible. In this case, it's 1,000. Conversion. There are a lot of conversion events in Facebook ads, but conversion you can refer to it as an end goal, desired end goal. There are standard conversion events such as add to cart, add to basket, leads, for example, purchase, whatever it may be, submit, lead form, download. It can be anything. The end goal matters, but also there's a conversion objective campaign. So if you are always stand by running conversion campaigns, if your goal is to take your users to take certain action, you always want to use conversion campaign, but which we will delve into it in the module 1.2. I will walk you through every step. So the important point is conversion is the end goal you want to have, you want to achieve. It is usually purchase, or you want to collect certain information from that user, and it is going to be lead, and your conversion becomes lead. It is the key metric for any business. If you want to work in an agency, you want to prioritize this because your client is going to be looking for those. I'm paying the agency certain amounts, and I want to have higher number of conversions that I cannot achieve myself. Let's say the client is going to be saying to that agency, and if you want to work in an agency, you need to optimize that, which we will delve into again later. Let's say you're working in the client side, meaning if you are working in a retail store's e-com brand, and they are also selling brick and mortar, or they're selling online, both, let's say, right? And you want to achieve high conversion, which is, in this case, if you're selling a consumer good, you want to have that as purchase. So you want to have the highest number of purchases as possible, since you're running that, right? You are taking a part. Cost per conversion. So you want this as low as possible, right? As a business, let's say you're not working in an agency, you're working in the client side. You have an online store and you want it to be as low as possible. Let's say you're paying Facebook. So Facebook is a business too. They want to make money, right? And you're paying Facebook $10 for Facebook to drive you one purchase. And you are selling, let's say your average order value is $50. And you're paying $10 to get $50 purchase, right? You're getting a net revenue 40 bucks, which is pretty cool, right? And you want to keep that as low as possible. And this is really one of the most important metrics. Clients are going to be really knocking on your door, trying to lower this as much as possible. ROAS and ROI. So ROAS is return on ad spend. ROI is return on investment. It is actually the same thing. The higher is better. It is usually a number between 0 to something, right? We want to have it around 3 to 6. The higher is better, of course. If you can achieve 10, more than 12, 13, it is amazing, unbelievable on Facebook, right? Here we usually there's an example here, 2.26. which is not really my ballpark. I will always aim higher if I'm selling a product or marketing easily purchasable product. Let's say I'm selling t-shirts online and I am paying $10, and in return I am getting, people are buying $32 worth of t-shirts, right? This is the ad spend. So you're paying $100 to Facebook, and in return people are purchasing goods valued $300. So my ROAS is 3. So at least I will aim to achieve 3 ROAS always on Facebook. Lower than that is not really profitable. Of course, if you're paying $100, for example, on Facebook to sell a certain item, and that $100 returns to you as $90 purchase, you're in not in a good position, right? Like you're at like -10, so -$10. So you don't want that. You always want to achieve more than 3 is optimal for me. If you ask me, I always try to keep it around 5 to 4. But of course, some clients might have certain products that not really demanded on the market, and then their ROAS is going to be probably lower, around 2 or 1.5. You always want to work with clients that have a nice product, or if you want to get a job in an agency, you always want to communicate to that client and to your maybe supervisor. So that is really important. Communication is key in that. So you want to bring that up if you're doing the market research, right? CTA, this is call to action. So at the end of every ad, there is a small little box, and then you want users to take an action depending on your ad and depending on what you're selling or what you're offering, right? And if you are advertising a small business, and the small business, let's say a dentist, only care about the phone calls they get, and of course you want to have a call now button, right? So your client wants something and you want to provide that certain thing that they want. So this is the call now button is going to be more relevant to that, right? But if you're selling some let's say online custom t-shirts, call now wouldn't be appropriate for that. Apply now wouldn't be appropriate. And also Facebook can lower your relevancy score with that, and you need to pay more to be shown to the same amount of people. So it is really important to keep it congruent with your offer. If you're offering let's say like a demo game, which is an app, and you put, let's say, book now, it doesn't make sense. As Facebook definitely going to lower your relevancy score. Creative, this is the ad. Actually, you'll be hearing in an agency setting creative this, creative that thrown around like a ball. When they talk about that, it is the actual ad. And the copy is the text under the ad or under the video. So it is mainly, there are 2 types of copy, by the way. We'll get into that in a second, and we got into that. Long tail copy. So long tail copy is a pretty long tail, actually. You can see that. And usually when you see on Facebook, when you see an ad, just make sure from this now on point, and you will see a small read more button right here. And once you click on that, the primary text extends. And this is the point you're going to see the whole text. If you have to click on the read more button, just make sure, if you're scrolling through Facebook now, maybe tomorrow, just make sure once you click on read more, you're going to see the whole text. This is the long tail keyword. You need to be really familiar with these terms, because in the marketing environment, people always throw around these terms, and you want to feel confident when they do that, right? This is the long tail. It is usually good for high-end ticket offers. Let's say you're selling a, let's say, like a car insurance, which usually costs more than $1,000, right? If you're selling something like that, you want to have a long tail keyword. So you want to provide the story. You want to pinpoint the exact pain points the clients are experiencing, and then you want to solve those with your whole story, so from the start to finish, right? But if you are, let's say, selling an e-commerce product, which is super simple, down-to-earth offer, you have nothing to tell, you have nothing to, it is like obvious, you're selling a t-shirt. What can you more explain about a t-shirt, right? And you're just gonna have like a little offer. There's a little offer. We can see there is no read more button. This is a short tail keyword. This can be utilized, and the previous one can be utilized. But you will rarely see e-commerce brands using a big long tail product. If the product is brand new in the market, in the industry, there's no competitors, you might need to use certain long tail keywords because you want to explain that product and how the product solves a certain problem. Otherwise, people won't pay attention, and people have really short attention spans. They just like, what the hell is that? And then, bam, they just swipe it. You usually see e-com brands, low ticket, maybe you just want people to download certain thing, and they're gonna have a short tail copy. Here we have another short tail copy, by the way. You don't have to click read more. Pretty easy, straightforward, right? $74.99. They have an offer. This is the primary text. Primary text is the one that appears here. So we can choose to have a long tail copy for the primary text or a short tail copy primary text. There's a character limit, of course. Yeah, let's move on to headlines, guys. And headlines, you can see this little thing. There is not many characters. The limit is 40 character limits. And this is right under the image or the video, right? And you can see this. You will have an option to fill, of course, underneath the website link. And this is the headline. You want to keep it short and concise. I always see some brands or like trying to utilize as much space as possible. Okay, I understand that, but you cannot see some of the rest of the text, and people have such short attention spans, and they're not going to pay attention to read the whole thing and click on the whole thing. So you want to keep it short and concise where you can see the whole thing, just like Nike did here. Pretty much talking about the product. Once we get into descriptions over here, we're going to see this little box over here, not a box of course, but I highlighted it so you can see. Underneath the headline, this description, pretty concise. This is an e-commerce brand, of course, and this is talking about the exact price, which is super concise. And again, I always see that same mistake. They're trying to fill up the space and the rest is not being shown. I'll talk about that a little later. And you want to put certain features about that product. You don't want to spark emotions. You don't want to pinpoint the actual the experience that they're going to have once they buy the product. You want to keep it as features, as benefits, 20% off, free shipping. You want to spark the emotions in the primary text. This is really essential, guys. Let's move on. This is the account structure, guys. This account structure is really important, but you don't have to memorize that. Once we get into the actual interface, we will understand everything. So let's say we're selling Nike shoes, right? You're gonna have more than one campaign, of course. If you're running a Nike shoes campaign, the campaign is the main parent. Underneath that, there are small ad sets. In these ad sets, of course, you don't have to put 3. You can put more than 3. Maybe you can put just one campaign, one ad set, and just one ad. But you won't be able to see which one is working or which one is not. And in the ad sets, you want to separate the interests. We will get into that. But let's say there is a sports shoes interests, and there is running interests, and there is Nike interests. You don't want to put all of these in one ad set, and then you're not going to be able to tell actually which interest group is bringing you the customers. You want to separate those, and you're going to see, let's say, the running interest is bringing the most clients and most purchases, and Nike interest, and this one is not bringing. So you're just going to kill those, and your cost per acquisition, cost per conversion actually is going to go down. You will optimize your performance just like that. And these are the ads, different creatives, different images, different videos, and you want to, because Facebook has all that user data, so they want to optimize that. You don't want to touch nothing in that, but of course you want to change and test certain things, but you want to provide if the budget is sufficient, we will get into that again, as much creative as possible, so Facebook can decide, okay, this person responds really well to videos, so I'm going to push videos to that person. Facebook is really smart, guys. This is 2020, and we're going to get the most of it with using our Facebook ads. See you in module 1.2, guys. Hello guys, this is module 1.2. We are back at it, and I hope you remember the one module 1.1 and you took notes, because we're gonna delve deep into this one. All right, are we ready, guys? All right, so I'm gonna show you an image right now. Don't freak out. Bam. So what the hell is this? This is a funny sock. So we're gonna pretend we're selling a funny sock in this campaign, and then we're gonna structure the whole campaign, whole ad sets, as if we're selling funny socks. And e-com is pretty big in Facebook marketing. So if you want to work in an agency, or if you want to work in a marketing department, you can pretend that you're working in that company and doing their ads yourself. So you just got yourself a pretty good skill to work with, because Facebook ads and e-com really go hand in hand. And this is going to give you a lot of skills, guys. This is a really good campaign structure that I'm going to present in a couple of minutes now. And fasten your seatbelts. Let's dive deep. It's just a quick interruption. If you're starting a campaign from brand new, from scratch, you will see this interface. Once you create, come back and click on the create button over here, you will see this interface, because Facebook right now is trying a new interface once you're starting a new campaign, which is a simplified version of the objectives. But if you already have an existing campaign, if your client is working on a let's say they already have an ad account, they already run a different simple campaigns before, you might not see this version. You might see the version that I'm about to talk about in a second. But in this case, if you're starting a brand new ad account, or your client is just starting a brand new ad account, you will see these objectives. Brand awareness is purely going after ad recall. So your main objective, as you can see, they talked about here, reach, brand awareness, and video views. So you'll be able to, optimize towards those. Traffic, I don't really recommend traffic, because the only optimization is going to be for landing page and link clicks. So if you want, people to click on your website and do nothing, you probably want to choose this. Engagement can be useful if you want your ads to be, liked, so that can be really useful. You can use that one as well. Leads, in terms of if you are going after a website sign up, or a website lead form, or an on-page Facebook lead form, you can go after leads. If you're going to collect information from a client, Facebook will optimize towards that. App promotion is pretty self-explanatory. If you're promoting an app on Facebook, you need to go with that. But sales is the only one that we're going to focus on in this campaign. So in this campaign, we're going to create a brand new campaign from scratch, which is going to be selling funny socks. So in this case, we're going to be optimizing towards sales. In the older version, you'll probably see, if you have an ad account from an older version, from this isn't recording this video, you'll probably see conversions over here. But under sales, it is the same thing. If you have a website conversion, if you have a specific action people to take, you probably want to go with sales, which is the conversion action actually. So in this case, we're gonna go after this one. Or maybe if I want to get information from someone else, I'll probably go with leads. So this is the new update. They actually try to make it a little easier than the other version, but I think it looks exactly the same, but it just looks more appealing. So in this case, if we are selling something, or want people to take a significant action off our website, which accounts for sales, we'll probably go with that. Which is, if you are going after a conversion campaign, it should be sales. Or if you want to get some like an information from a client or service, you want to get with a leads objective. All right, I will go ahead and create the campaign with the old version. Take care, guys. Let's go ahead. So once we start a campaign, by the way, I'm just skipping those part where you just type to Google Facebook ad campaign, click start the campaign. To start the campaign, by the way, you need to have a Facebook account, plus create a Facebook business manager, and then you're gonna put your credit card information there. And then what's gonna happen, you're just gonna also have a Facebook page, and you need to create a pixel, and we will get all into those a little later. But this is gonna be a walkthrough, creating a quote-unquote ad campaign, as well as writing a pretty good title to each one of them. You might think, oh, it doesn't really matter, but it actually is. It actually does matter, because agencies are control freaks. So you need to know this. Or if you're working in a, let's say, company, and an agency is reporting to the company in a marketing department, you need to understand what is going on in that campaign structure, right? This is really essential to be structured. I'm a sloppy person as well when it comes to, you know, taking notes and stuff, but when it comes to the ad campaign, you need to be really structured to, you know, have a further understanding of the ad account. All right, conversions. And you're gonna put the campaign that you're advertising in, sorry, the country, USA, Funny Socks, limited edition. I'm assuming this campaign is just for the limited edition campaign, and this interface gives you a couple of options. And I don't want you to touch none of those, and not this either. And maybe you can touch this, but it depends what you want. Campaign budget optimization is you're gonna create different ad sets. Ad sets include interests, and this means audiences. So you're gonna have different audiences separately structured in under the campaign level, and you're gonna put different interest groups. And once you start spending, if you tick that on, you're telling Facebook, okay, you just have the control of my money, and you spend accordingly, assuming you know who is gonna make the purchase most, which ad set, which interest group is gonna make the purchase most. I just give you that freedom, and you just spend the money accordingly. You can use this. This is a pretty good tool, but not now. Since we're creating, we just want to test which interest group is working well, and then we might want to create a different campaign using campaign budget optimization. And then we're gonna have working ad sets, working interest groups, and pretty good campaign budget optimization. All right, ad set is important. So we're gonna have an interest. We haven't put the interest yet. And this pixel is really important, and this is a made up pixel. I'm just putting it right there. And pixel is really important. What pixel does is it tracks the actions in your website. If you're trying to sell, let's say in this case, we're selling a funny sock, if you don't have a pixel, you're not gonna know if people make a purchase or not, if people add to cart or not, if people do a certain action on your website. You can create you can't retarget people who visited your website. Neither you can create a lookalike audiences. Lookalike audience meaning you creating similar audiences, 1% to 10%, to the person that you select. The person can be a website visitor or a list you have and upload it to Facebook, and then Facebook creates a lookalike audience. And pixel, that's why it's really important. But I'm gonna show the pixel later in this tutorial. And we're gonna choose purchase here because we want the end goal, conversion event is purchase. We want people to purchase that good. For this ad sets, we're gonna spend $10 a day. And whilst we come down, oh, by the way, the start date is really important, guys. You wanna always have the start date 12.1 a.m. So it exactly starts right next day. So if you put it like midday, it's gonna try to rush and spend all the budget without really that much understanding. So since we are doing this in USA, we're gonna put USA in here. And here, this is really key. Some people just become really sloppy and don't pay attention to this, but you need to select people living in this location. If you're only serving to people in the United States, if you're only selling your site to people in the United States, let's say a person traveled from Croatia and came to the United States for holidays for 10 days, and he's really interested to find socks, and he went back to Croatia, and he's going to see the ad again. It just doesn't make sense. He's not going to be able to purchase that. So you just want to tick this. And let's say we know our target market is 18 to 35. And we of course want to put that in here, 18, 35, and then location, United States of America, and then the interest. The interest is key, guys. We don't want to put more than one interest in one ad set. This is the ad set level, by the way. You can see over here. Why? Because we want to be able to see which one is working or which one is not. Otherwise, if we like pile all these interests in just one, and if it is working really good, you might be just won a lottery. You might be really lucky, but in the future, you're not going to be able to make any changes. If your cost per click is rising, cost per acquisition, cost per purchase is rising, you're not going to be able to do any change. Why? Because you just piled everything in one, and you're not going to be able to alter anything. Maybe you can just change the age or creatives, but that's it. That's all you have. But if it is not working, which is quite high likely, you're done. You just need to pause the whole campaign. If you have one ad set, right? You're not going to do anything. But if you have multiple with single interest groups, you have the full control over your campaign. And if you want to work in an agency or marketing department, you have to structure your campaigns in this way. All right, let's choose SOC interest. We have a SOC interest here, and our budget is 3 million. 0.3 to 3 million 0.9. And Facebook, by the way, always trying and testing new stuff. They used to have a little box right here, and this is to further expand the audience, but sometimes they don't show it. Some days they show it. They're just trying that with different interfaces on different profiles, how people respond to it, but they're planning to keep that on ticked, which is it is going to expand, but we can't see that over here right now. They just hidden it. Hide options, so we can see that. It's quite sad they don't have it. Also, you have the ability to define further. So let's say if you put sock and apparel, just to show you guys, we're not gonna do this. Let's say designer clothing. If we choose these are not, this has to be the person who is interested in designer clothing also must be interested in sock. This is not the case. This is, he's either interested in designer clothing or sock, or can be both. This is either or. But if we choose define further, there's define further here. Once we click this, this is going to be, this has to be the same person who is interested in socks and designer. But make sure this is gonna really narrow down your audience. See, we just went down to 305.900, which is super small, guys. I always suggest minimum you have 500,000 here. But since we have the iOS 14 updates, I usually aim for 1 million minimum if you're living in a small country, or if you're just if you have the ability to just target your country, you have no option there. You have to, go under 500 or under 1 million. But if you're living in the United States or China or big countries like that, you always want to keep at least 1 million. So we're not going to define it further. But if you have really specific consumer product, we can use the power of defining further, right? But here we don't need that. And this is the placement. You might want to play with this, and if you have a really eye-catchy creative, you always want to show your ads on stories, feed, and that's it. Actually, that's it. That's the only the places that people actually pay attention to. And there was a research recently done here. So this is the feeds. We're just gonna untick those. Facebook news feed, Instagram feed. That's it. We're just gonna untick this, and we're gonna Facebook stories, Instagram stories. And Instagram Reels is also getting bigger and bigger, so we're just gonna keep that. Bam, bam, bam. So guys, you've probably seen a lot of ads in the Facebook right-hand column over here, or Facebook Marketplace. By the way, if you're selling a consumer product, Facebook Marketplace can be a good idea, because people browse in Marketplace because they want to make a purchase on certain things. They're just browsing, so they are in the shopping mood here. So we just want to include that as well. Although it is going to be small, but we want to include due to the psychology of this action. Other than that, the small right hand column people don't even notice those. You just spend money going to the bin, trash bin, and you just don't want to touch it. Cost control. Some people do touch it and you don't want to change it. Conversion, optimization, delivery is here. Cost control. So you just want to put a certain limit. And the attribution setting, the default is 7 days click and 1 day view. Unless you have a certain reason to change this, you might want to leave it as it is. How you're going to get charged by impression, standard delivery type, you're not touching those. And we are moving on to create our creatives. By the way, we forgot to name this. Suck interest. All right. So let's say funny suck single image number 1. So we need to be descriptive in those. So you have to have a Facebook page and you're going to choose that. We're going to create the ad, single image and video. We're going to get to the creative in the next module, actually 1.3, but I will just talk about this briefly. Collection ads is a full screen experience when just on mobile people click on it. They don't leave the website, but they stay on the Instagram or Facebook interface and they just can see the description of the products and everything without actually going to your website. I don't really prefer that. If you're running a really big e-com brand, Nike, or if you have a bunch of products to show off, that might be an option. But in this case, we can actually use that, but I'm not going to use it because we're only showing the single image or video. Carousel is pretty good if utilized correctly, especially for e-com brands. Let's say we are providing just one single image here. Let's say, where is that single funny suck image? And we are providing one right there, right? One sock. And there's a case that that person who sees our ad might not be interested in that particular sock, right? Maybe they just don't like chickens. That might be the case, right? And if you have a carousel ad, you just tick this. This is going to enhance. The AI will take care of it. If you have more than one product and the person doesn't like this but likes the other one that you're offering, carousel ads is for you. You might need to use carousel ads. And for me, under one ad set, I usually put one carousel ad. If I'm running an e-com, which is this is an e-com product, Funny Sucks, I will put carousel, one video if the client provides. If they don't, I will do it myself. I will show you in quick and easy editing on Canva. And the other one is carousel and single image. So now we're doing a single image. Let's say we have a 50% off. The primary text, as you guys remember from our previous offers that we had. Now we're going to do a long tail, even though this is like a pretty straightforward message, but we always want to utilize the text box we have. But it doesn't mean you always have to use long tail keywords, long tail copies. You can always use short tail with ecom because it is straightforward. You have one product, sock, and you don't need to explain anything else other than your features. But just for the sake of it, I'm going to do a long tail, 20% off. You can use capital more here compared to Google. Google will penalize you. They won't let you publish it. Off until Valentine's Day. All right, we have an offer here. 50% off until Valentine's Day. We want to put some features of our product. Why that person should buy our product. What makes it unique, rather than just putting a picture. Let's say if it is made of bamboo, made out of bamboo, breathable. That's a good one. Eco-friendly, since it's made of bamboo. And we have Suppose, am I writing spouse correctly, or is it like this? Excuse me, guys. Your spouse will love it. Alright, just pretend I wrote this correctly. I'm 100% sure I butchered this, but anyways. And assume we have free shipping. Or we have shipping over, let's say, 20 bucks, 40 bucks, whatever it may be. And we want to utilize a lot of emojis. Facebook is an emoji-friendly and Instagram platform. We want to be seen as native as possible to the platform. As we discussed in the previous module 1.1, people write long tail keywords. They write and write and write. And what happens is, see, there's 3 dots showing in. So people need to click and see, and oh man, it's not gonna be happening. But for primary text, it can happen because primary text is a different game, because it is the main text that appears just right above it. But underneath that, this is super small, the smallest text on a single image and creative single image video or carousel. So we want to keep it short and concise, and don't miss the 50% off. All right, see, this looks super clean. Sense of urgency, features are here, and gives people a sense of urgency to purchase. What we do here, we want to find the congruent one, which is actually fitting our offer, what we're selling, which is, where's the shop now? I'm going to put a destination, funnysocks.com. Hope there's a website. Oh gosh, there is. And there is this website domain. We're going to publish this. And of course, we're not going to run this ad. So we're going to go back and pause it just to make sure. And guys, we're not done. We just did 1 ad set, which is 1 interest group, and 1 creative. This is all we did. So we want to come here, try this image with a different copy. So what am I going to do is duplicate this, existing campaign, existing ad set, create duplicate. And we're going to try a short tail copy. Number 1, still the same image. Short tail copy. Rather than this, don't miss out the 50% off until Valentine's Day. Feel and be feel comfortable. Or what can we say here? I want to make it a little funny and emotional at the same time. Feel comfy. While putting on a laugh. Alright, not bad. And then we're gonna put a chicken emoji here because it's just funny and people like it. I think it's not chicken, but anyways. Okay, this is pretty good. But this is gonna catch the attention. So this is short tail. They don't have to click read more or anything like that. So we already put don't miss out. So we're just gonna click and erase this. 1% off. And let's say it is down to what? To $19, let's say. All right. Now $19. It was double the amount, right? Bam. Now we are all set. We have 2 different creatives. actually the same image, but two different creatives, one long tail, one short tail. And we will be able to test which one is working or not. And now we're gonna test different ad sets. And we're gonna duplicate this. Existing ad, bam. Existing campaign, by the way, so you need to duplicate this under the same campaign we created. You don't want to duplicate it under a different campaign. You're gonna erase this copy, and we're gonna try a different interest. All right, let's try something else. Suggestions. When you click suggestions, after you put one interest, Facebook is gonna provide you a lot more suggestions related to that. So otherwise, you wouldn't be able to probably find those because it is almost hidden and you have to know them by heart to actually find those interests. And there are hundreds of interests in Facebook. So you need to really spend some time here and actually look at engaged shoppers, for example. I wouldn't suggest engaged shoppers because all the other big brands are actually bidding on engaged shoppers. Why? Because it is really cookie cutter interest groups. People who are not really professional with creating ads in Facebook, they always jump in engaged shoppers thinking that people are actually buying this. And that's why it is an engaged shoppers category, but it is not the case. Engaged shoppers is actually people who are clicking shop now call to action. So once you click shop now call to action on a couple of ads, you just fall into the engaged shoppers. Does that mean they're buying? No. They might just like the creative, they find it funny, they want to check the price out. Doesn't make any sense. So we're gonna create something else. Let's say footwear. Person interested in nice footwear might also be interested in socks, right? It's pretty big, so the bigger is the better. Whew, 37 million, I love it. And we're just gonna publish this. The key point is, guys, in 2 days, in 48 hours, you're gonna come back here. Of course, you can check this every day, but 2 days is the good benchmark. And you're gonna come back here and see which one is working, which one is not, and you're gonna monitor those. And if your product is 20 bucks and you already spent 30 bucks and there's no sales, you're just gonna wanna kill the ad set. You're just gonna come here, pause it. It's not gonna work. And it might work in the future. You don't know, but you don't wanna spend, you don't wanna take the chance. We're not here to gamble, we are here to analytically make changes and strategically moving. So if it spend more than the cost of your product, you just want to kill it. So let's say if you're selling an insurance policy for $1,000, of course you can spend up to $1,000 to see a purchase. But in this case, it's a 20 bucks sock, so you don't want to wait until you spent like 100,000 or maybe like 50 bucks or something like that. If it's 20, 25, bam, it's over. Kill it. It spent its chance. It's not gonna work anymore. We're gonna put online shoppers. Online shoppers is pretty good one, guys. Online shopping. It is different than engaged shoppers. I'm gonna put online shoppers. So we now already have 3 different ad sets under one campaign. And we're gonna come here, duplicate this, existing campaign. Make sure this is the existing campaign. If you put original campaign, it is gonna put the ad sets in a different campaign and the whole process is gonna not work, actually. Once we do this, we erase here. We're not changing the demographics. We're not changing the country we're in. We're just coming here, changing the interest. Okay, let's try something else. Engage shoppers, funny. Let's see if we have funny socks. We don't have funny socks. That's bad. Oh, gift. It is a pretty good working ad set, guys. Pretty good interest group. If you haven't done this, if you're already in Facebook ads and you haven't tried this, you're missing out. This is the one of the best ones because the big guys are not going after this. They're only going after this on specific days, let's say Father's Day, Mother's Day, and they don't usually use this. But this should be one of your staples. Moving on. And here, gift. Okay, we have 4 ad sets with 4 different interests. Let's just do one more. Let's duplicate this existing campaign, and remember our campaign name is pretty self-explanatory. That's why we put pretty good structures campaign name. If we haven't, we won't be able to find the one that we're actually looking for, right? It happened to me, guys. I know. I'm giving my first-hand experience. All right, we're gonna find a new one. Gift ones. You can still move with gift ones because funny socks are a great gift, and gift card can work to gift basket. gift wrapping, the ultimate gift. Let's try the ultimate gift. Okay, so 2.600 million. As I said, 500,000 should be your minimum if you are in a big country, or maybe 1 million right now, because since we're advertising in United States, I'll just assume 1 million is our minimum. And the ultimate gift. All right. We just did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So guys, since we do ad set budget optimization, they're gonna spend the same amount of money. I'm just gonna pull myself right here. They're just gonna spend the same amount of money every day. What does it mean and why does it matter? So this is gonna try to spend $10 every day. This is gonna try to spend $10 every day. So that means we're giving equal chance to each one of this ad sets interest groups. So in 2 days, if one of those haven't given us any purchase and we have spent more than the cost, more than the product's value, we're just killing the ad. It's not worth it anymore. And let's say this one didn't bring any purchase. This one got 5 purchases with $20 spent, and this one got none. This one got, let's say, 2. This one got 1. So we're killing the ones that are not working, right? And if the one of them is working extremely well, let's say this one got 10 purchases with $20 spent. I'm not touching. I'm not increasing the budget. I'm coming here, duplicating this into the existing campaign. Bam! This is the key, guys. None of the advertisers or agency guys, the guys on Facebook is not going to tell you this. This is one of the keys. Just duplicate the working one, which is one of the key scaling tactics. So this is a pretty good tactic. So you're going to pretty much want to write duplicate, and so you know which one is the one. So this is actually called, I saw one guy use this and I was actually surprised. This is called vertical scaling, I guess. They named it after that. They named it vertical scaling. I don't know. I just duplicate this and move on. This is the key, guys. And yeah, so we're just gonna see how it goes. In 2 days, we're gonna come back and make a purchase. We're gonna see which one is working and which one is not. This is a pretty good structure, and after a while, you might want to change this to campaign budget optimization. Personally, I don't prefer that, but it does have a place. And yeah, guys, this is the end of the video. Next video, we're going to jump into 1.3. We're going to study creatives. How can we create our little funny guys over here? And peace. See you next time. Hello guys, how you doing? We are in module 1.3. Last time we were at this page. We just finished up setting up a crazy good campaign, perfect structure, everything was in place. So if you right away, right after this course, if you start working in an agency, bam, you got the job. If you start working in the marketing department, bam, you got the job. Why? Because the structure is there, everything is there, everything you need to know is in this course, guys. Let's move on. So we had the perfect structure, but now we're talking about the creatives. Creatives, as we talked about in the first slide, first module 1.1, what it was all about: the image, the imagery, the video, the carousel, whatever it may be. But all in all, it was a complete product, a complete package with the copy. Well, we went over the copy in the first slide, the first module, right? So now we're gonna come into this, and you'll probably remember the creatives that we did last time. This one, but this one was kind of sloppy, right? So we just put one image. We never want to put in just one image, but if you're 100% sure that image is the image, we can run with that. But we always want to try new things. We always want to put new things, because after a certain while, write this down, guys, this is really important: creative fatigue. Creative fatigue will kick in. If the creative fatigue kicks in, Facebook will give us a warning. I know Facebook's warnings are not always important, because they always want you to spend more money. They always want you to put more money. And the Facebook reps will call you if you're in an agency. They'll try to call you, oh, okay, this is not, you need to put more money to, enhance the performance. Facebook is a business, guys. They want us to put money in Mark's pocket, right? And anyways, let's get out of the way. We know what we're doing here. And that's the reason why that we never want to listen everything Facebook says. Sometimes they give quite good updates, but creative fatigue is one of the good ones, one of the good warnings that they give. So it means that the same creative is being shown to one person too many times. So we want to put different creatives in that. All right, let's jump into type of creatives. What do I mean? So let's start with single image, guys. Single image is the most basic image in Facebook ads. This is 1080 by 1080 is the main one. When you see them in the feeds, it looks something like this. It's basically a square image. And there's a meme version. Guys, memes are great. If you can sneak those into 1080 by 1080 ads, it will just look super native on a Facebook ads platform, especially on Instagram, because the age range on Instagram is lower than Facebook. If people see those, when you see an ad, and once you realize it's an ad, you just psychologically scroll down and your brain just ignores it subconsciously. But so a lot of meme pages are using those pretty good. They're selling products at the same time. If it's an ad, sponsored post, and if it looks like organic, you'll just look at the meme, try to understand the meme, but it's too late. Your brain just consumed their offer. So that's what memes are doing. This is a Pandora, pretty big brand. They don't need to go with memes. Yeah, so these are the other parts, but you can always have one creative, one single image, 1080 by 1080, and you just leave the sides blank. But I wouldn't suggest that. So Facebook gives option for feeds and stories. So you might need to have two different creatives, and I will show you how to create those for each spec that Facebook offers. So if you let Facebook to use just one image, one spec, 1080 by 1080, and Facebook is gonna fill up those space with just blank stuff, blank colors. So you don't want to do that. If Facebook gives you some space, you just want to utilize that. Carousels, 1080 by 1080. The videos should be short. Should always be short, but especially in carousels, they always should be short. If you are selling a product, or if you want to tell a story, this is great, guys. So people can swipe. Let's say if you're selling a funny sock that was, the chicken legs. You remember those chicken legs? I just showed you last time. We just did it. If the chicken legs is there and person doesn't like those, they just don't like it. And if we are using a single image, they'll probably just cancel and don't scroll down and don't look at it. But if you're using chicken legs and let's say a Pac-Man sock, let's say a dog sock, a different type of sock, and swipe, and the third image, they probably like it and click it. Bam, we sold the product. That is the power of carousels, guys. And the specs are 1080 by 1080. We're going to do that too. Here, they're using carousel ads to tell a story. This is a really powerful tool, guys. They're not using different stuff and you just scroll down. They're creative. Creativity is really important on Facebook ads. You can implement your creativity in every part of advertising if you are going to be a marketer. And if you don't want to be a marketer, if you are a finance person and just want to learn Facebook ads to, you know, multiply your business, or you just want to learn an extra skill, that is also really powerful, guys. So you have an idea what your marketing team can achieve. If you're always using the same stuff, you probably want to change your team because they're missing out on a lot. Let's come to the video, the good part of Facebook and Instagram ads. And there are also different specs. This is for Instagram and Facebook stories. This is for the right column ads. And this is for the feed, these specs. So we will talk about those a little later. And I will just scroll this so you can see the whole thing. Dan Lok, you probably know them. If you don't know them, he's a Canadian entrepreneur. He is given video content. Why would you want to use a video content? One, more engagement, more engaging. People will engage more than just a static image. Two, if you have a high ticket offer, you always want to use a video ad. Why? Because people, you can explain that product or service better in a video, so people will engage. That comes into engagement as well. And it increases your chances of getting people to click. That's the second one. Third one, user-generated content. Here we have Lumen, male skincare product, and person is using on itself. User-generated content. These are usually best on TikTok, Snapchat, and Facebook ads coming after those. Why? Because it is mainly people, excuse me, taking selfies, videos, and talking about themselves. They're unboxing a product. They are using the product on their skin and they explain how much they like it. So it also relates to that customer when they're seeing that, oh, okay, they know that person is being paid to do that. However, their subconscious brain is, okay, someone is using that too. It's like a sheep mentality. So they build a self-comfort. Why? Look at Google reviews, guys. Everybody checks Google reviews. Everybody goes to Yelp. Everybody looks at the restaurant comments reviews. Everybody looks at a big product and their reviews. If you want to buy an Apple product, let's say, you just go into reviews and see how other people like it, right? This is just a basic psychology. Once we get to collection ad, guys, this is not my favorite one, but some of the brands are really utilizing that really good. Tommy Hilfiger, for example, they're just rocking it. And this is the video image spec. So, sorry, video spec. So we are using this in the video. We put that here, and then we're using 600 by 600 in the products. So how is this different than carousels? I'll tell you. When you click on a carousel ad, it will just take you to the website. But if you click one of our products, you will see those small images on Facebook without going to the website. So you will be able to keep the users on mobile. This is mobile only, by the way. It cannot work on desktop. You can see the prices, product attributes, and that's it. If you really like it, you go to the website. So that's why I don't like it. It lengthens the customer journey. That's why it is not my favorite. But anyway, you guys, let's jump back in here. So what are we going to do right now? We're going to see what competitors are doing, and then we will start creating our products, right? Make sense? Let's do it. What is this? This is Facebook ad library. You're going to come in here, Facebook ads library. Come on to Google. Bam. Ad library. We are here. Let's say we're finding products in Australia. Add category. Choose all. You can look at every product, guys. Every ads that are running. So this was one of the sock companies that I used to work with. I wanted to spook their products, what they're running, what type of ads they're running at this stage. They're not running anything. Let's find some funny socks, because these are gonna be the type of brands that we're gonna be competing with, right? Funny socks. What the hell is that? All right, there's one. My face sucks. Okay, they're using a video. This is good. This is kind of an unorthodox product, because usually funny socks are not custom made, but these are custom made.
Look what I bought for my boyfriend. Custom socks with our
user-generated content. The last one that I talked about. So a person like talking about that he just got it or she just got it, and then you unpack and showing the product. It really builds trust.
Space on them.
Yep, just like we talked about. Pretty good. My face sucks. 1080 by 1080. Video creative. This one is funny.
Get your boyfriend boxers.
User-generated content again. Let's go down. 1080 by 1080 single image. Let's find some carousels. My face sucks. They're pretty cool. I like their marketing. This one in the background, pretty good. The colors are actually pushing the main product out. I like it. Let's find something else. Why is there just one brand dominating in Australia, huh? We need to get into the stock market. Okay, this one, pretty good. I don't like the copy necessarily. The end message is given pretty good. But they made the single image and made it into a carousel. Not my cup of tea. I wouldn't do that. Why? Because if you're gonna use it, just use carousels, right? Single image. That's right, just socks. Something sock should come up. Swanky socks. This is more of a high-end brand, I reckon. I don't know the brand, but it looks like it. I don't like this. This is also a great technique, using testimonials in the creative itself, but it doesn't really enhances the product. So the product, you barely can see the product. There's the brand name unnecessarily big written there. I like this style on the ad, and the copy is short tail, pretty clean. I like this, but they're not util. It is probably for Facebook, Instagram stories. Great ad. Great ad. The best socks I've ever had. Look at this use of area. Look at this unorthodox use of creative. Whoever ever told about like using a creative like this? Pretty good. I love it. There's a carousel. Bam. Bam. 3. I would put one more. 3 is not enough. Carousel. Sock shoes. Okay, interesting product. Nature socks. I like this. But they probably, this is not the only image that they're running. Anyways, one more tip, and we will just start creating the ads itself. If you see a video ad, you want to see the impressions of the video ad to see how that video is actually performing. Why? The video ads are actually the indicator that how well the ad is actually performing. If you see an impression number around millions, and you can understand that that ad has been working. Why? Because that business is running that ad for a long time to have that many impressions. If the impression number underneath the ads are around, let's say, all you beautiful people. Sorry. If the impression number is around like 50,000, 100,000, you can know the ad is not working actually. Let's come to their. I just want to see their whole ads. They probably hit the number of impressions, so we can see details. Yep, we can see it. Anyways, so we have an idea about what can we sell, and we're gonna find some sock photos, and we will create the ads itself, right? So what are we doing? We just jumping on Google. So we're just jumping on Google, writing funny socks, and coming into images. Let's say last time we used this one, right? Let's find something different and pretend we're running those. ASOS. Alright, I will get this one. We have to go to their website, guys, because we can't actually get the full image without that. Yeah, I'm gonna screenshot this. I have that. Let's go back. ASOS, please don't sue us for this. This is just for demonstration purposes only. And we're getting this. These are not too funny. Let's find. This is kind of funny. This is kind of cool. Let's get this one. Love it. All right. Let's go to Canva. So guys, this is a great website. If you don't know Photoshop, Canva is just for you guys. Trust me on this one. So we're creating design. We say custom design. What was the dimensions that I told you in the presentation? 1080 by 1080. Bam. We're just ready to rock and roll. And they have templates. Look at this, guys. It's amazing. And I'm using the free version here. Just go ahead and use the free version. You don't need to pay. This is pretty cool. So you can just alter this. Let's say our brand color is something along those lines. And we want to make it a little lighter. We want to use the background colors always light, because we can get the actual image on their faces. Let's say it is $29.99. For limited time only. This is too much. I'm just gonna erase this. You might be wondering, what is he gonna do with this? Because there's no image, nothing else right now. Free, world wide, free shipping. Okay, this looks nice. So, you remember the photos that we got. You remember those. If you put those over here, it's not gonna look good, right? Like they have a background, and I'm just gonna come on Google and I just type remove background, and I just click to this one. I'm gonna remove the background. You can upload as many as possible. Let's put this bad boy, and we're just gonna it just automatically removes the background. And you download it, come to Canva. Yep, this was the, and we're gonna upload it over here. Canva is super easy to learn, guys. If you don't know it, don't worry about it. It is super easy. If you spend 2 days just playing around, you will just get everything. So you can apply the position. Let's get this forward. We can see the free shipping. Limited time for limited time only. $29.99. I have this. Maybe we want to make things different. Free shipping. Let's make it bigger. Like this. Free shipping. You can see the offer and everything. Bam. This is one single image. Looking clean. You can see the free shipping and the price, and for the limited time only comes at you, at your face. And this is pretty big enough. People can see this. Oh, it's kind of funny. And for limited time only, sense of urgency. This is one. So we got one of them. And let's get this and change this. Delete this. Add media. Add video. Upload. So, do you remember, guys, we didn't choose all placements. We chose only specific placements that people pay attention to. Now we're just gonna go over these. So this is the 1080 by 1080, right? So you can see it is covering the whole area, whole specs, and it looks amazing. On the feed, it is gonna look like this. But on stories, that's what I just mentioned it to you. So we're gonna have empty spaces, and Facebook and Instagram is gonna come up with some random colors that is, of course, similar to this one, so it doesn't look awkward, and it looks kind of native, but not really. So we want to use an aspect ratio, which is this, where we know the exact placement, which is going to be, what was it? You know this. I'm waiting from you. Let's come here. And here is this one. 1080 by 1920. 1080 by 1920. This is Instagram stories and Facebook stories. So let's start with the same design. We want to make it similar to this one. So it is going to be the same creative actually. It is going to sit under the same ad, but we want to use the similar things. I'm just going to copying it, come in here, pasting it. I'm just going to get the background. And copy and paste it here. I'm just gonna make this as huge as possible. Limited time only. You can also zoom in a little bit like this, so you can see everything. And we might wanna actually take this little higher, get this little bigger. Free shipping. I want to make it little like this and down, just like we did. Limited time only. I'm gonna get this one, copy this and paste it right here. For limited time only. All right, so this is how it's gonna look. Yep. On an Instagram story. Free shipping. For limited time only. I can spend hours here, guys, just to make it exactly the same specs, and you know, kind of crazy in that sense. Anyways, so how can you change this? Let's say we got this, allow enhancements. We want to change the Instagram stories, right? So this is how it's gonna look like. So Facebook came up with this, and Instagram, and put some colors over here. But actually, I'm not gonna lie, if you only have 1080 by 1080, it doesn't hurt. It actually looks kind of okay, right? It doesn't like scratches your ears. So when I come here, I'm gonna just change these ones. I'm clicking edit, I'm clicking change, and I'm gonna click upload. So I'm not touching the other ones, I'm just changing the story ad. So what's gonna happen is, it is gonna complete the whole screen. Look at this cleanness, guys. This looks clean as it gets. So we're utilizing the whole screen that Facebook and Instagram gives us, so we can have the offer as rigid, as clear, as, you know, to the point as possible. So you're changing, bam, easy peasy. I'm gonna say publish. So we have stories placements, feeds. On feeds it's gonna look like this. Covers the whole screen, as good as it gets. Let's do a video, guys, but in the next segment of this video. See you guys later. Welcome back, guys. So now we're smashing the second one of this sock creatives. But what we're gonna do is create a video for both Instagram stories and for single image. Alright, so we are creating from the scratch again. So you can have an idea and come back to the home page, and it will give you some ideas. You can click on videos, and they will have free templates, by the way. You can use those. See Facebook ad video portrait. It gives you ideas about everything. Let's say Facebook video ad. It gives free templates, guys, as good as it gets. This is the right column ad. So since we're not using right column ad, we're not going to use this. The ideal case scenario would be pretty well shot video that comes by itself from the client. But if you need to create a video, this will take time, guys. Okay. Alright, guys, now we did the video. Since I didn't change too much of it because it might take a lot of time, so it just depends on your creative here. So simple animation, keeping it as short as possible will save you a lot of time, guys. So now this is over. We did this new creative, brand new. This is the single image version, and we're gonna come here. So we want to test certain things on certain times. What does that mean? I'll tell you what it means. So if you're changing everything at once, we're not going to be able to see which one is working actually. So imagine that I come here, I just change the whole thing at once, and I changed the copy, and I changed the image. So we have no idea what combination or what factors made the impact of the good performance. So what I'm going to do is, where's the one we just did created? Let me take myself out of here. And let's see. Oh. What is just going? Just need to change this and put the one we put. Don't forget, guys, we are going to replace this with the stories and reels creative. Bam. Easy. So now we have two different creatives. One is being single image, one is being video creative. So we have the ability to see actually which imagery is working the best. For that though, we don't want to touch the copy. The copy is going to be the same. So if we change the copy, we might think, okay, maybe the copy had the impact on the good performance, right? So what are we going to do? We duplicated this. No, this is the different one. So let's say we are just going to change this one. Try this copy. So we come here, duplicate this. All right. So what we did is we're keeping the same copy and everything. We're just changing the imagery. Add video. Okay, let's come here and see how it looks. By the way, this is the same thing. We need to create the same exact version, but it has to be in a video setting in Rails and Stories dimensions. So this is how it looks. Looks pretty slick. And we'll do some sales. All right, so here, as we can see, Facebook does its own thing, not utilizing this bottom, this top, this bottom, this top. You don't want nothing to go to waste. And if you are willing to work in an agency or somewhere similar, or maybe in a big marketing department of a really big company, you want to have some creative and sticking to certain details. In the work, in the business life, people love details, guys. If you want to work in a big company, they love details. So let's put some small thing. So it shows you're paying attention to the work that you're doing rather than just slacking off. Just a lot of people not appreciating their work. So if you show people that you are actually doing it because you love it and pay attention to those stuff, they will appreciate it. Even if you want to just run your own business, it won't be unnoticed, guys, trust me. Okay, so let's play this around with this. Play around with this. All right, so it looks something like, let's have this here. We're gonna click animate over here. You can choose everything, by the way. Doesn't matter what you choose. Animate. Okay, this is paid version. Let's find something free. We want to have some comic vibes on it. Okay, this is kind of comic-y. And we want to animate that too. Okay, this one's good. A little bit too much happening at the same time. People might feel tired. That's why just want to keep those little whites, gradients in the corner. Okay, this will work. And 5 seconds is too long for this type of creative. You want to keep it as short and sweet as possible. You want to make it quick. Bam, free shipping. If a person likes it, they like it. And you sell the product. That's it. If you want to keep it more than 6 seconds, you better have a good selling point being explained in that video. Otherwise, people probably not gonna watch or pay attention, or they might get distracted, because in social media they have such short attention spans. It is crazy. I assume we downloaded this video now. Yes. and we're gonna click the stories and rails, by the way. Don't click the whole thing, otherwise they're gonna change the 1080 by 1080 and it's gonna ruin that too. So make sure you're clicking on the stories because its specs show that. I will also share the specs with you guys under this module. It might take some time because it's rendering since it's a video. Alright, let's see how it looks. Super fresh. Look at this. We are not wasting any space. It looks so pro. And we're gonna click publish. And in 3 days, I'm gonna come back here and see is the video is performing better or the single image is performing better. If the single image is better, I'm gonna go, if I'm working in an agency, talk to the client and say the images are performing better, so can you provide us some images? Or if I'm working in a department, I'm just gonna go talk to my team right away and say, guys, the images has been, especially the ones that we just had, has been working better in the last 3 days, but we need like a week to exactly understand how it is working or not. And let's come up with a couple of more image and video options. And the images perform better again, we want to produce more images for our content. If you're running your own business, you just want to create more images. But if the videos are performing better, you just want to do that. And you want to have the same trial with the copies. So let's say we have a copy here saying the green ticks, features and benefits, and the benefits mainly. And here, this is a short copy. If you are running the same creative, let's say, with a different copy, as in this case, you're gonna have one idea in 3 days. The idea is going to be, okay, green ticks maybe bring in more click-through rate, so people are actually clicking more on those, and they're just purchasing more. I don't know. You're just gonna observe that in 3 days. And from moving on, but 3 days is not enough for that, by the way. You just need to give at least a week, but you will have an idea in 3 days. So you might want to start working on new creatives, new copies in that time span. So once you have an idea in a week time, you come back and see green ticks are making more sales, green tick copies. Okay, you're just gonna kill the short copy one, completely delete the ad, just like this. Bam, bam, and create more green tick copies similar to that one, not the same. Create more. So you're actually taking action in regards to people's customer responses. So it is kind of interesting and fun, but if it is making some sort of sales and you broke even, you don't need to kill that. But if it is not performing at all, just kill it. And the other ads are performing, don't kill that, of course, right? And then what you want to do next is create some carousel ads. For carousel ads, I wouldn't suggest using too much imagery, right? You don't want to use too much. For carousel ads, I wouldn't suggest using too much writing on the ad, because carousels are going to be little small compared to the single image ads. So I would use something like this. Let's say this is one, and we're not going to animate anything. We're just going to kill the animation, remove animation over here. We come back. This is going to be one single image. Why is there still a video here? Okay, remove animation. I have to remove it. Now it's a single image. All right. Now we're on the right track. So I'm going to download this. This is going to be one. And let's get rid of this. And we're going to put a different product. So we want to know exactly what the customers are wanting. So we're increasing our chances to make sales, right? Let's come here. Come to desktop and see all the other stuff. But remember, they have pretty white background, so we want to get rid of those. What are we gonna do? We come here, cancel this, and put this one. So we're gonna remove the background on this one. I'm gonna download this, cancel. I'm gonna put one more. Download this, cancel. I'm gonna put one more because 4 is a great number. And download. Bam, we have enough, guys. So let's upload the new ones. What you can do also, if you want to break the pattern, you can create different backgrounds similar to this softness. So this was a soft background, so this is also really soft. Maybe you can use something like this, so it breaks the pattern a lot. So let's put this one here. Bam. So it's gonna be a carousel, so there is not really much to worry about here. So you're just trying to make some sales. Download this. And let's put something else, which is, all right, a little lighter. Okay, this is good. And let's put this one. Okay, we have enough assets to go with a carousel ad. Where were we? All right, we're coming here. So we come here, we duplicate the ad, existing ad set, and existing ad. So if you duplicate this into a different campaign, you can do that, of course. If you want that ad in a different ad campaign, you can do that, but we want to have it in this. And the ad set as well, you can, by the way, funny sock. This is going to be funny sock carousel. Funny sock carousel. Okay, now just keep in mind, we duplicated this, so this is not relevant, so we duplicated just so we can keep the same copy, so we don't have to write it again. If you don't want to duplicate and write it all over, you're just gonna come to the ad set, click on the 3 dots, and you're just gonna say create ad. This is the other option you have in this. So we remove all the creative. So we're gonna come here. We're gonna click carousel ads. You come to select ads, and we are going to upload all the carousels that the carousel images that we just created. We have to do it one by one, by the way. We cannot bulk upload those. Okay, let's upload this one. So the best possible scenario in an e-commerce is using carousels. So if a person doesn't like one of those that you're offering, and you have your chance of selling that product is just literally quadrupled. So if he doesn't like this one, maybe he will like this one. If he doesn't like even this one, he might like this one and this one. You have the options. That is pretty cool. So you're gonna come and write the price and a small feature of that product. So let's say this one is, this is actually looking like comic socks. You're gonna put the price down here, or you can put the price up here. there's two options for carousel ads, which is almost industry standards. Write the price here so it can show. If you write something too long, it's not gonna show. See, it's just fitting perfectly. But my preference is the comic socks. Bam, and you put the exact URL for that product. We come here, select this, bunny socks. I'm assuming they're the same price, 29, not 29. Also, you're gonna put a different URL here because this is a totally different product from this one. You're gonna come here, choose this little bad boy. What is this? What is it? Hello Kitty? It's probably a Hello Kitty. Yeah, looks like a Hello Kitty. Hello Kitty. This is, let's say this can be $39.99. It can be. You can put different prices, everything. You can put different everything. Doesn't really matter. And you just want to put one more for carousels. The ideal is 4. But by the way, the legal limit from Facebook is 10. The minimum is 2. Okay, this, what is it? Was it a dabbing? Dabbing rooster. Let's say 19. Okay, so this one looks like this. Easy. And there is the option to put this on or don't use a cart at the end. So I never use this at the end. I just untick this. And what this does is, so this, let's say people usually click on this one, the second one, and not the other ones too much. Mass majority of the people click on this one. What Facebook is gonna do is Facebook is gonna show this one in the first place. So Facebook is gonna arrange the best performing one and put it in the first. So if you have a perfect order and a good reason behind that order, untick this. But if they're just random products, not a storytelling, don't use this. Just tick it. And of course, you're gonna put shop now, and see more URL is going to be a general URL. Or if you want to put, let's say the best selling sock is this one, you can put that one. But I would put the general URL as the general category. Let's say a sock category, and underneath that there's different type of socks. You put that and publish this, and we're ready to rock and roll. Easy peasy. Instagram, this is gonna not look good. Yeah, Instagram stories is gonna be like that. So we have to do the same process for Instagram Reels. So Facebook stories doesn't allow this. Facebook, the Facebook stories placement only support posts with a single image, video, or link. It doesn't support carousel, but Instagram supports carousels. So we're gonna create one just for Instagram, and we're gonna rock with this, but not like this, of course. So we want the whole image to look like the other ones, just like we did before. So we have to use that same process, and we're gonna change these and use it with not this, but this specs. You remember the specs? The specs was 1080 to 1920. This is the specs. Since we didn't do Facebook right column ads, you don't need to use this. I would suggest you not use it. They cost too much for the amount of exposure and the amount of place you get in the Facebook top corner a little bit. You don't need that. I would exclude this. But if you want to use take advantage of everything, I would suggest you use this specs come here on Canva and put the spec details right over create design. So what I was gonna do, come here, 1,200, 628, 1,200, 628. Bam! You have that perfect spec right now. You can create the same or similar image, but gonna fit everything in here. And then what you're gonna do is come back here, and you will be able to see the spec options over here. Since we excluded this in the ad set, you're not gonna be able to see this. If you want to include that, you come here, Facebook right column or everything, and you will be able to see the Facebook right column ad. And then Facebook of course comes up with that stuff, but you will change this so your ad will completely fill in that blank. And then ad creation is like this, guys. The tools that I will recommend you use: remove background. To certain images doesn't fit the certain background, or you want to play with those backgrounds, or come up with like a price point on top of the creative, I would definitely use this one. And Canva is a free tool. Definitely use www.canva.com. I have zero sponsorship with those. These are the ones that I always use for my personal brands. And also ad library, don't forget this one as well, so you can observe your competitors, what they're doing. It doesn't have to be the same industry. You can get ideas. So if you write it on Pinterest, there's gonna be like ads seen millions of years ago, and this is probably like from 2000s, and nobody even does that sort of ads. And you want to see the real-time ads. These are the real-time ads. The one that, for example, let's type in Nike. Not funny socks, of course, Nike. You're gonna see Nike ads. Everything. So you have an idea about, how the big brands are running their ads. Come here, put New Balance. You can use everything, literally everything. So my 2 cents, use this a lot when you're creating ads. Use Canva, spend some time in Canva, and try to run some simple ads. In module 1.4, we're gonna delve into the pixels. And to understand the pixels, I will show you how to put that into your website, the pixel, and what can you do with those pixels. And we're gonna get into that, and we're gonna later on do one B2B campaign setup and one B2C campaign setup. See you guys in the next module. Welcome back, team. We are back at module 1.4. So we're gonna talk about pixels. So we have to install pixels to accurately track information. So either if you're gonna work in a marketing agency, or you're gonna work in a marketing department of a company, or you have your own brand, or you're trying to build your own brand and take it to the next level, you need to install the pixels. It is not hard. When I first started doing this, learning Facebook ads, it sounded so complicated because it involved a piece of code to install in the website. But times evolved and there are a lot of plugins, so you just take a piece of serial number and put it into your website, and bam, you're set for good. And it really helps you in many ways. One of them, remarket audiences. So people come to your website, so you will be able to remarket those. For example, you're selling, let's say, t-shirts, and some people go to a certain segment of your website which sells, for example, skinny t-shirts with a logo on it, and there's, let's say, a category on your website about that. And there's also women baggy t-shirts, and you don't want to retarget people who visited women baggy t-shirt category with skinny man t-shirts, right? So you will be able to target those people specifically who visited a certain page of your website. This is really powerful. That's why this is called retargeting, or remarketing. Works really effectively. One other option you have, track what people do on your website. For example, they download a certain form, or they subscribe, or they come to a certain page, or they watch a video on your site. You'll be able to track everything and see here, let's say customize columns, and you'll be able to, for example, if you're selling, doing an e-commerce site, if you have a Shopify, for example, or WooCommerce, you will be able to see the custom conversions. Let's get into conversions here. I couldn't find it. Yep. For example, add to carts. You'll be able to see those, and how many people added to carts and how many people didn't purchase or purchased. You'll be able to see everything related to that. Return on ad spend, for example, we covered this in module 1.1. Let's say they spend 100, you spend $100 on ads, and the amount you sold is worth $4,000. That's a huge ROAS, which is almost impossible, but you can see what you're purchasing and what is your purchase value, for example. Really critical to accurately see stuff. But in this case, I have my pixel already installed, but I will also go through this. So I click on the 3 lines on the left hand side over here, right above me, and then come here, click on Events Manager. And this is a lot than the fortune teller's pixel. This is the pixel that I have on this website, and you can see the traffic over here coming from that pixel. But if you haven't installed a pixel, you won't be able to see those numbers, those events. You won't be able to see those. What you're going to see is pretty much there's a setup or continue event setup. Once you click on that, you'll be able to see 2 options. It is going to give you a conversion API option or regular pixel setup manually. So you're going to click the regular pixel setup, and it will follow the instructions, and it will give you a number over here, a pixel ID, which is pretty cool. Simple as it gets. This is the other version. If you click on manually install the code, once this comes up, once you continue the steps, you will copy the code, go to your website, and then come into appearances and come into header. Or even you can do this here. There's a plugin called header and footer injections. Let's find this. It should be over here. Or am I hiding that? Probably. Under settings. Yep. Header and footer. Oops. What is going on? Yep. Header and footer. So we copied that piece of code, and I'm coming on every page and going 1 step down and pasting that code over here. And then I'm going to save. This is all I need to do. And the pixel will be up and running. So if this sounds kind of hard to you, which it can be because I'm not a coder and I don't like coding, it sounds kind of not really fun. So once you get your pixel set up, which is easy without that code, you will just follow the instructions. You will have your pixel over here, pixel number. You get this, and there will be partner integrations. And of course, once you continue the steps, it will give that option to you. You will have a lot of options. Website platforms. You're probably using Shopify, or your clients will be using Shopify, or if you're working in a really big brand or a company, they'll probably have developers there. You're just gonna copy that code and send to the developers, and they're gonna do that for you. But if they're not, and if it's a small business, they're probably using Shopify or WordPress. So it's gonna say connect account. Once you set connect account, you're gonna say pixel, and it is going to give you all the options that you'll be able to do. Super easy process. You're gonna say a lot in the fortune teller pixel. You're gonna click next, and I've completed the setup on Shopify. And the setup is actually downloading a super easy plugin on your Shopify. So you just download the Shopify account, and you're going to install the Facebook channel to connect the Meta to Shopify, and you're going to do that. And you will add Meta Pixel in your Shopify, which is a super easy process. If you have a Shopify, you will just follow the instruction, whichever integration you follow, and then once you click next, and you're going to verify the connection, and it is going to give you this. And once you did this, you're going to click on this, and it will verify the connection. Let's say it is verified. What you're going to do is you want to set up events. So the pixel is the brand is installed in the website, but I would personally use the manually add the code, which is super easy. You just send it to developers, and developers will say, okay, the code is in the website. Their part is done. Now we're gonna get to the fun part. So we're gonna use pixels. Once we're gonna come here, we're gonna say add events, and we're gonna say from the pixel, and we're gonna open the event setup tool, and here we're gonna put the website in, latinthefortuneteller.com. This is the testing website that I have. All right, so the little pop-up will show up here. So what are we gonna do is we will create new events here. So what we want to track, you have to ask it yourself, or you have to ask it to the client. What do you want to track on the website? Or if you're selling it, if you're doing a Shopify, like an e-com brand, it is really easy to understand. Or if you're doing a lead generation site, or you're managing a client with a lead generation, they just want to track leads, it is easy. What do you want to do? Confirmation page. Once you get that information, they're going to click submit. We want to track that. For example, let's say we want to track people who want to see their future, right? So I want to say track button, bam, and let's say, how do we name this? Let's say we call this lead, and don't include value. And we're going to click confirm, and it will be done. And let's say I want to track something else. Let's say palm reading. Let's go to palm reading. Let's say I want to track this button, and it is already being tracked because I did that before. Once they click submit, and you're going to say track new button, this was already done, so you're going to click this, and it will get you to track this button. People coming from your ads from Facebook and clicking this will be showing up like this. And let's say these are the donation buttons, for example. Track new button. Sometimes, there's a donate button, for example. It is automatically showing that. Let's say, is there a donation? By the way, these are the standard events. Yep, donate. Bam. Now we have donate button being tracked. Once people click on this, we're tracking donations. Easy peasy. And we want to do that with the other one as well. Astrology reading. Oops, sorry. Turkish coffee reading. I want to also donate this, track the donation button, but it is already collecting the donate because it is the same button with the same text. And if you want to track a certain URL, for example, once they click submit, and they will come to a certain page saying thank you for your purchase. So since this is not an e-commerce site, I don't have that, but with e-commerce sites you're probably gonna have that. So once you get to that thank you page, thank you confirmation page, on the URL it is going to be probably going to say a thank you URL. You will go to that client and say, I want to have that thank you URL confirmation page. And once you get that, you're going to say track URL, and you're going to let's say it is going to be purchase complete, and you want to use the value, by the way, you're gonna click on this. It's not showing up on my page because I don't have that right now, because I'm not on that URL. And then you're going to use that value, and it is going to automatically take that value. For example, if the product is $99.99, and it is going to automatically track that currency as well once you click confirm. And yeah, it is. Let's set up. Easy peasy. Now we're going to have donation being tracked as well on here. So your pixel is set up and you're ready to rock and roll, guys. This was pretty quick, but I personally recommend using the manually installing the code. So that will be way easier. So let me go to a different ad account for you so you can see that one more time. This is a different ad account, and we also came to the events manager over here. We're at the same place. Let's say continue setup. This is a totally different brand, by the way. So you will use Meta Pixel. It was Facebook Pixel before that. Now it changed to Meta. Connect. I'll personally use manually add pixel code to website. And then you copy that code, send it to the person who is responsible, or you manually install it to your website using the necessary plugins. And once you do that, you will have add events. So you will be able to test events as I did in the previous one. You put in the website, and so you can track every button there is. This was a quick one, guys. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Just shoot it over with email. I'll be back in the module 1.5, which is going to be B2B campaign setup. So we're gonna set up a new campaign from scratch, which is going to be focusing generating leads. Take care, guys. Hello guys, we're back at it. This is module 1.4. What we are offering is a B2B service. But what service is actually we're offering? So as you can see in the screen, there are lots of offices in New York. So what we're gonna offer is we have a real estate, and we are going to rent this real estate for businesses. So we have this great spot in New York and downtown or Manhattan or whatever it may be, and we are renting this office to businesses. This is not a real estate for people to live there. This is mainly for businesses to rent. So the rent is going to be a little higher, but our main target is going to be businesses that are trying to move soon. So this is a B2B service, and actually when you look at it, I heard someone say this, it's actually really true. Everything is B2C. It's actually true, but in the business world there is B2B and B2C. So even if it's we're selling to a business, there is actually a consumer at the top of the business who is the decision maker, and we are actually selling our service and product to that person who is the decision maker. It's actually B2C when you think about from that perspective. But let's move on with the traditional saying. This is B2B campaign setup. Okay, so what we are not selling but offering our service is the rent of these beautiful New York downtown apartments. Let's get down to it. So what are we gonna do? First and foremost, once we get to our ads manager and put our credit card info in there, what are we gonna do is come here. We want to make sure our pixel is in there. So in this case, my pixel is already in here because this is connected to a different website. But let's say we don't see those, and we're gonna move on and create the pixel, and we're gonna have a piece of code, as I said before, to put it. So there will be integrations as well, partner integrations. We come here, since we are using WordPress, I'm gonna go with that. It will be super easy, but my main preference is to go with the code. So I will get the code, the piece of code that it gives us. So we're gonna go to the WordPress website. Let's say I copy this code. So this is the pixel ID that we have. You can see this over here as well. We copy this, come to our WordPress. So this is our WordPress site. Let's say the client that you're working with has a WordPress site and they haven't uploaded anything yet, and they don't have a Google Tag Manager. And most important thing is you have access to their WordPress website. If you have access to their backend, this is the easiest way. So you're gonna come here. Let me move myself. You're gonna come to plugins, and you're gonna type in Pixel, which will give me some options. Pixel is the code of Facebook. So we're gonna find this one. This is the plugin for Facebook, so we don't have to put the actual code in there. We just need to, and now we're gonna update and activate. Since this is a trial website, you need to, probably the businesses that you're working with, they probably already have a business WordPress account. So since this is not a business, I cannot download this. But once we do that, we're just gonna get this number, copy it, and then we're going to come back to WordPress, and once it is there, I'm gonna come and paste it. Super easy, simple process. I'm gonna save, and the pixel is in place. And we're gonna move on to the third option, which is my second favorite. So to do that, I'm going to come here. I suggest you use this if you're going to work in an agency, because you don't want to always come to the client and ask them about, you know, I need this to put in the website. They're going to give the credentials, and then you're going to log into their website. So you need to put, like, you need to have access to their backend always, which is not going to be the case, because a lot of big businesses, they probably don't want to give you the access, because they always give the access to one person, which is a developer probably, and you're gonna have some troubles to get access to their websites and so on and so forth. What you're gonna do is you're gonna type in header and footer, and you can have this in Shopify, Wix, whatever the website they have. They probably have this. Header and footer injections. This can be anything. They usually use the same. They do the same thing. So let's say this one, and I'm going to upgrade and activate. And the thing you're gonna see is this. Let me switch sides and come back to the other side. And what you're gonna see, once you download that plugin, it will be downloaded. And under this, not settings, under the settings, you're gonna come here. There should be header and footer. Yes, here is this. The plugin that you installed recently will be there. And once you come here, you're gonna see bunch of codes like this, right? Don't freak out. It is going to be easy, promise. So once you do that, you're gonna come into Google Tag Manager. Google Tag Manager. I click on this. So this is a piece of code that you install in the website, and then you're not going to be needing to ask them about their website credentials. So this is going to be one time only code that they will put in, and then you're going to use all the other platforms, Pinterest, TikTok, Snapchat, Facebook, like this, Pixel, Google Ads, LinkedIn ads, all the pixels will be staying there, so you don't need to do anything. So you're gonna come click account. You're gonna type in, what was it, real estate, for example, for businesses. You're gonna type the website name. Let's say real estate for businesses. Let's put some random name, random website. And then we're going to come to Google Tag Manager, put it here. And it's going to ask you to remove the HTTPS. I'm going to click Web and Create. Accept. Oops. All right. Once you do this, you're going to be inside this page. and it is going to give you a bunch of codes like this. So this is what we're going to do. This is one time only coding process. We're not going to code actually. We're copying this. What it says is paste this code as high in the head of the page as possible. So I copied it. I come back to the WordPress site that we were in. And on every page, see, it gives us the instructions header. Under this, I'm going to come down and going to paste this. I'm not going to paste it here because I already have the code here. And we're done. Once we save this, we're done. We go back. Oh, yep. And then going to get this one. Copy this. Immediately after the opening body, it says, right? It gives the instructions clearly. I'm going to come here. Immediately after the body. Easy peasy. Bam. I'm going to post it like this. But of course not this time because I already have it. Once you do that, you're going to save. And Google Tag Manager will be intact, will be working. So once I do this, I'm going to come to tags. I know this may seem like a process, but don't freak out. I'm going to say new. It is going to be pixel. I'm going to talk about this Google Tag Manager in later modules. So it is going to be custom HTML. And this is going to be the code that Pixel gives. Not this one. Not this one. This is the Pixel ID. So Facebook is going to give us a code. And once we get in there, and then we're going to paste it here. And then it will trigger in all pages. And then I'm going to save this once we do that. And this is empty, of course. Once we put it, save it. And then I'm going to submit it. And then the pixel will be working fine and dandy. This is how we do it. Once we finish all these, we're going to come here, add events, and then from the pixel. Once we do it, it will open the event setup tool. It will show you where you want to click and what you want to label that click as. So open event setup tool. Let's say, what was our other page? Let's come to this one. Yeah. So this is the page. I come back, put it here, open the site. We don't have the pixel in here, so I hope it shows it here. Probably won't, since the pixel is not in there. Yep, that's the reason. See, you cannot find the pixel. Alright, anyways, we're gonna go back and use the one that we already have the pixel from. Open event setup tool. This is our testing website. Let's come here. And once you have the pixel in, you will be able to use that. Otherwise, you won't. See, there's a little helper. In the last module, we did this. And imagine this page, this little box is on here. And what I want to do is track this button. So what I'm going to do is use this as a lead. Let's come back. And I'm going to say there will be submit over here. And I'm going to track new button. And this is going to be lead. So once I click it, don't include value because we're not doing a number purchase. So I'm not using any value. And then I'm going to click confirm. Let's do this anyways. So now on, we're tracking these leads, people who are clicking on this. In this case, we're going to be tracking this one. Alright, so since we have everything we need in terms of pixel, we set up the pixel. We didn't actually because the website didn't have the plugins. Anyways, so what are we going to do? What we talked about in the first module 1.1 is the brand awareness and reach are useless. Why? because these are the Facebook. If we choose those, Facebook is gonna put us in front of people who are more likely to do nothing. Actually, this is the case. If you want people to take certain actions, traffic, for example, they're gonna come to your page, and because they did that in the past, that customer group, imagine you just imagine how many people uses Facebook, billions, and they have all that customer user experience data, the customer data, they have everything. So imagine they have all that data, and they're gonna push your ad in front of people who are not gonna buy or put their information in, just gonna click on the ad and scroll through in the website, right? So the traffic is gonna do that. Engagement is gonna show people who are more likely to click and comment. App installs, we're not selling in an app or anything. Video views, we don't care about this. Lead generation can be good, but lead generation campaign, usually when we create a great lead form on Facebook, so we don't have to get people to our website. This is the case for it, but we're not going to use this. We want to use conversion. Conversion is the best one, but the bids are going to be higher. Why? Because a lot of people are bidding on conversions, because these people are more likely to take action, people in the conversion group. So imagine everybody wants their customers to take action, so they're going to be bidding on this, but this is what it is. So we're going to move on with this. Okay, B2B real estate for office. Real estate for offices. Conversion. Just remember, guys, the naming is so important. So when you want to come back and see all the accounts, all the campaigns that you have, and then you're going to be doing remarketing, for example, people who visited the page but didn't submit their information. So you want to retarget them with a different creative, with a different copy. So you might want to have different campaigns over here. And if you don't have a clear-cut name on easily understandable, you're gonna mess up everything. So just please trust me and use this. And if you're gonna work in an agency or a marketing department of a pretty much established companies, they need you to be organized like this. So conversion, campaign, C stands for campaign, and it is going to, ABO is ABO is adset budget optimization. And first, since it is the first campaign that we're doing, we're gonna use ABO. I always recommend starting off with ABO, adset budget optimization. Then you're gonna take the working adsets and then put them in a campaign budget optimization, which is CBO. So Facebook decides where to spend the money. Once we turn it off, it is a campaign budget optimization. So in the ad set, let's say we're putting $10, $10, $10. Facebook is going to decide where to use the money. So maybe they will just spend $1 here, $19 here, $0 here. So they're just going to decide on where to spend. And if you do ad set, no matter what, they're gonna do $10, $10, $10. So it is going to be like this. So we will use ABO. For starters, I always suggest ABO. There are a lot of people who love CBO, but Facebook usually try to decide so early. So let's say there's just a couple of conversions right away in the first day, and then in the other ad sets there's no conversion, and Facebook gonna try to push all the budget into this one, and maybe the other ones are just so lucrative, but we haven't tapped into those potentials yet. Alright guys, since the campaign is done, let's move on to ad sets. So we say create ad set. Alright, so let's think about that person. So we want to get down what that person is actually thinking. So we're going after people. So by the way, you have to choose the pixel here. So once your pixel is there, the events, do you remember the events, guys? It was leads. So we associated leads with the submit button on this page. So once people submit, it's a lead. And we want leads in this campaign. So since it's a B2B, let's put $20 a day. It's all good. Let's start with age. So let's think about this person's who is going to rent an office in New York City in the downtown area. So the rents are going to be higher. So let's think about that person. So we need to know what that person eats, what that person drinks, what that person thinks and does in his spare time, what that person watches, what that person usually follows on, like listens to on Spotify. We need to know everything. So let's think about that. That person is probably over 20, 27. Under 27, probably studying, working for someone. Probably under 30, guys. So we need to have it over 30. To rent an office in downtown New York, above 30. And let's keep it, so these guys are pretty active on Facebook, so I don't want to exclude them, but let's say 64. There are a lot of old business owners, so the 64 is not old too, but anyways, so we're just gonna keep it here, change Australia to New York, New York City, New York. Alright, so we wanna make it a little bigger. Why? Because guys, imagine, we don't want to actually target people that lives in the heart of New York City. That's not what we want. What we want is people might be living in New Jersey. Their homes in New Jersey, their homes in here probably, their homes in over here probably, but they want to rent the office in the downtown because they want to be central. They want to be in the middle or heart of the city. So, but their homes might be over here, so we don't want to limit that. Let's make it bigger. Bam. Let's go. Let's find interests. Let's start with business owners. All right. Small business owners, all right, they might be interested in our stuff. And founder, let's see, guys, I want to make it at least 400,000 because Facebook needs some people to actually go find who is suitable for us, and they have all that crazy data that billions of people using this platform. That's why it's still so powerful, guys. It is more powerful than LinkedIn, Pinterest, TikTok, any other ad platform, because it has all this data and working in favor of advertisers. Why? Because Facebook is making money from advertisers. We want to make it 400,000. Some people say it's like, I want to make it 1 million, 5 million. But what happens if you're like living in a small country? So then you're done. So 400,000 is a great point for me. But this is not enough, guys. If you're at this and you want to keep one interest per ad set, it's not gonna do it. You want to make it a little bit, at least a little bigger than this. Owner and CEO, owner, managing director, co-founder, all right. Executive, not really. Founder, co-owner, business owner, executive director. Guys, by the way, you gotta click suggestions if you want to see what Facebook suggests as a related interest over here. You gotta click this. Director, nope. Own business. Guys, look at this. Own business. Do you think an actual business owner who has a business and about to rent an office in New York downtown is gonna put owns own business in their job title? That's almost impossible. This person is probably a person who is doing affiliate marketing online from his basement and just put owns and own business, right after high school, trying to show off to his friends who are going to college. That is probably that person. So we're just gonna ignore this. Chairman, managing director, yes. Founder, CEO, owner and founder, managing director, founder, manager, owner, director general. Yeah, they're a decision maker. Where are we at? Gosh, it is going up so slow. All right, we are back, guys. And then once we put this audience just blew up. Did you notice that? Small business. Let's delete this. Small business and medium enterprises. See, that one is a super big audience. business owners. So we want to group the interests in one ad set so it makes sense. So I want to make it at least 300,000. Restaurant owners, no. Executive Vice President. They're a decision maker. Oh gosh. Guys, we had to put this so it wasn't passing 400,000. So here we need to identify 30 to 64. 30 to 64. Let's look at the 43 miles, New York City. 43-mile radius. New York. And owner related interests. Owner related. So I know there are more than one interests in the audience. So I know there's not just one interest, more than one. So I know that. All right, so we're gonna click here. Once we click, this is the campaign, this is the ad set, this is the ad. So this is still early to create the ad. Let's just jump on and create one more ad set. By the way, if you want to create an ad, you're gonna come in the ad set level. This is the ad set level. Click on the three dots, and you can say create ad. If you want to create an ad set, come on the campaign level, click on the three dots, and create an ad set. Now we are creating a different ad set. Same age range. Let's copy this. So this is going to be the same. Yeah. And events is lead. $20. So it's given the error because there's no ads yet so far. And we're going to put that. Don't worry about it. Facebook. New York City. New York. What was the song like this? 47 miles for the 43 miles. All right, bam, easy peasy. Age range 30 to 64. All right, so now we got rid of the business related interests. So these are the owner related interests. So we wanna put something related. So let's think about the professions, the jobs that requires an office and people are formally dressed and go to the office. Let's think about that. What it may be. Investment. People are in the investment consultant, let's say investment. Marketing agency. You guys are going to be working and rocking the marketing world. Let's say marketing. By the way, guys, if you want to narrow down the audiences, these are not ends. These don't have to match. If you want to do it, these should be his interests, and you're going to click here, define further, and he has to match something else. But if you don't, so either he can be into investment, but not into marketing, he will still fall into that category. If maybe he's into marketing, but not investment, but he will still fall into this category. So it doesn't matter. And then let's put marketing, let's put agency. Advertising agency, yeah, they'll probably be in the city. This is getting pretty big. So in this case, this one was 400,000. The estimated audience size. This one is almost 4 million. So if we were to use campaign budget optimization, what was gonna end up happening is Facebook is gonna spend the money and it is gonna put all the money into this one because they're the bigger audiences here. So all the money will be spent in this audience because the amount of people in this is like sheer number, sheer volume is there. But here we don't have that. So that's why we want to use adset and see actually. So we're being charged by impressions on Facebook. So we want to see actually what is our money's worth. So what we're getting in return of the money we spent. We don't want to let Facebook just spend it. Agency professions. What else can it be? HR, human resources. Human resource agencies. They probably have an office. Yep. Okay, this is pretty hefty. Industry. So we can take that note. Agency. Head agency. Since we don't have too much. Investment. All right. And HR. All right, we are all set with this one. I'm gonna say publish. I'm gonna create one more. I'm gonna say, let's duplicate this, and we don't have to put all these in again. So you can create it by scratch too, but if you duplicate this, we're gonna say existing campaign. And this is, they're gonna duplicate, and let's gonna delete this. And once we delete it, we will just have to delete the interests so we can start from the scratch. So we don't have to like put these from scratch again. All right, so let's think about. So we have industry, we have owner related, and let's think about that person. What does he watch? What does he watch? What that person watches when he goes home? He's probably into entrepreneurial, motivational quotes, right? Motivational quotes. He's probably, if he owns a business, he's probably spent quite half the time in motivation. Watching motivational quotes when he goes home while he's studying. Motivational. He probably follows these guys, speakers. Okay, this is pretty good. 2 million. Motivational. By the way, guys, you can always come and create new ad sets. There is no limit. If you have the money, we're spending $20 each. And then, by the way, you have to calculate this. Let's say, let's get the calculator in here, and the real estate owner comes and says to us, I have, let's say, $2,000 to spend on Facebook ads, right? 2,000. And then we're going to put an agency commission and so on and so forth if you're working in an agency. If you're actually working in that company, the real estate, you don't have to do that. Let's say 2,000 divided by 30. So we're spending $66 a day. So we can up that a little bit, all right? Once we up this, 22. And we're gonna up this 22. So at the end of this month, we will be exactly on 2K spent on Facebook ads. So let's come to the creatives. First of all, let's go to Canva to create our creatives. By the way, I will show you a great tool again. So let's say you publish this and you want to send the person to approve the ads. You can always come to Creative Hub over here. So there's the 3 lines over here under this house icon. We click on this, come to Creative Hub. Once we come to the Creative Hub, we'll be able to actually create the ads itself without publishing anything. So we can also do that here as well, but when you want to send the pre-made creatives to someone, and they won't be able to actually see it, so you will have to screenshot it to send that person. But if you don't want to do that, you just create the link, get the link, and send it to that person, and you'll be ready to go. And I will show you that in a minute. So let's say carousel office. Let's do a carousel. Let's just randomly choose this one. So you have to choose the selected ad. All right, so let's go to Pexel. Pexel is a free tool, pexels.com. So it's free tool that you can use. I'll just quickly show you the domain. Bam. All right, so these are the office pictures. Let's say these are the office images we have. This is a great launch. This looks like an agency. This too. Alright. This looks like a finance office. But they might need a finance office as well. Who knows? Alright, let's download that too. Alright, we have enough. Let's go here. We're in the Creative Hub, so we come here at video. By the way, we have to tell Facebook that we want to do a carousel, and then we're going to select the image. Let's upload it from downloads. Well, we should do one by one, eh? So let's look at the date edit. Alright, let's use this one. And these are not all, by the way, 1080 by 1080. I'm doing this to save time, guys, by the way. We can do edit image here and crop on this screen. Up, original. One by one. Let's do like this. Let's get this person in the frame. Okay, this is good. Contemporary. How do I write? I probably butchered this word, guys. And I come to descriptions, and I come here, put a random URL. Of course, you want to put your website URL in here. All good. For description, this is in this ad, we want people to actually get into the website. So we want to give that end result, end goal to that person. Contemporary offices. Let's put adjectives that sparks those emotions, and we write a lengthy copy in the primary text over here. Contemporary in the heart of NY. In the heart of New York. Okay. Let's click the other one. We choose this one, for example. Okay, this looks nice. We don't have to crop anything. But if you want to, make it exactly like correctly edited, and you want to put some, stuff on the image itself, and you want to make it in Canva. But here, since if we put some image over the text, it is going to look too crowded, So we want to keep it as simple as possible, because these images are crowded as itself. Let's put contemporary. If you write collective, it might confuse some people, so they will think that, oh, this is like a business ad, or we want to talk about the features of the offices that we have. I was gonna put teamwork friendly, but it doesn't sound good. It sounds like we're promoting a business. You want to promote the offices that the real estate has. Let's put let's put furnished. I don't know if they rent furnished offices. They probably don't, but let's put furnished anyway. So it can be a furnished office. Actually, sounds good. Somebody has to come up with that business. And Manhattan, for example. Manhattan. By the way, guys, if this image goes to a different page of the office and this goes to a different page, you want to put different URLs over here. But in this case, in Manhattan. In this case, we are leading people to the same page, home page. We don't need to do that. There are good pictures. Let's put this one. Oh, this one looks nice. I love it. So when they scroll, they see this. High ceiling. High ceiling offices. Offices. Fresh and so high ceiling office actually brings people the sense of refreshment. So alright, let's put just one more and then we'll be done. Okay, let's use this one. Let's see what it is. This looks nice. This looks more of a home office, actually. Perfect room. Perfect room for a CEO. Perfect office, let's say. Perfect office for a CEO. So why? So this looks like a CEO office, right? So this looks like an executive office. So since we are attacking the decision makers over here, we want to go after that, feeling established at the end of the carousel. Let's put, so they can see they have a great view on this. See New York from the window. All right. We don't need to put a dot here. All right, let's put a primary text. Let's put and we're gonna find a CTA, call to action, and let's see what is sign up is not really good. Register, request time, open link, listen now, get offer, download, contact us. Contact us is the best option, guys. So they're gonna actually get an inquiry about this offer. Let's write a short copy for this one. Top rated exclusive offer. Top rated exclusive. Top rated doesn't make sense. Top rated. Yeah, it sounds good. Top rated exclusive offices for rent in the heart of New York. In the heart of New York. Top rated exclusive offices for rent in the heart of New York, and let's put a snowing emoji. Emojis always make things better, especially if the offer is boring. Real estate is a boring business, and not like isn't working there is boring, but it sounds like, you know, a lot of paperwork. So we want to make it a little bit fun and playful. Contact us today for inspection. Okay, this is pretty straight to the point. We are doing this exclusive offices in the heart of New York, and maybe we want to do it all capital. Office for an or I will change this. So this talks about the features, and it is too cold. I want to make it like, what is this decision maker going to achieve at the end of this? He has a business. Your business deserves the best deserves the best work environment. Exclamation mark. Explore our contemporary and exclusive offices today. Exclusive offices in the heart of New York. And let's put this emoji. This, you know, like dot, putting the location emoji. What is that called? I don't know. Bam. Okay, this is way better, and talks about, you know, spark some emotions. And yes, we want to have this. Okay, so here, as you can see, we don't have any place to publish. So what we're gonna do is come back to mockups, and we're gonna turn this on, show in ads manager, and I'm gonna click the three dots over here, and I'm gonna share link, and link sharing on, and you're gonna choose two. You have two options: 30 days, 40 days, 60 days, 30 days, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna copy this, and once we close it, so let's say you copied it, and you're gonna send that to a decision maker in that business who is going to approve the posts, and they're going to see this. Okay, I like it, he's going to say. And you probably don't want to put the card at the end, as we mentioned it in the previous modules, but we're going to nail that later on. Okay, so let's go back to the ads manager and let's put it in place. Okay, real estate offer. We come here. We're going to click edit, but if you click on this, you're going to come to the ads, edit. The ad has no name, carousel, office, carousel, office, short copy, short tail copy. Okay, so this is pretty much. So once we come here, we usually create the ad, right? Collection, single image, carousel. But in this case, we're going to click this and use Creative Hub Mockup. Once we click this, we're going to see our ad that we just did. Bam, you don't have to create any ad, nothing at all. But you're just going to come here. I'm just going to remove this. And to see more URL will be this one. And then we will put that in, and once they come in, let's remove this and put our exact URL, which is this one. Let's say visit site, and this one. So once they get on the page, and they're gonna land here. So what we want, elegant, take your business to the most elegant street of New York, put their information in, and they're gonna come here. Once they submit, we know that they're actually submitted their information. So I will run you through one ad, actually the campaign, how it looks. So you're gonna copy this. Of course, this is just one ad. We want to put more than one ad. We're gonna duplicate, not in this, but industry, owner related. Okay. Now we duplicated this ad into these. These are just empty ads that doesn't have any ad, nothing else. I'm just gonna delete this and delete this. All right, so we have carousel ads. You want to put at least one video and one single image. So Facebook has enough, creatives to play with. And then the campaign is ready. This is a good B2B example, guys. This is the end of this module 1.5. We ran a small B2B campaign here. And then after this, we're going to do a B2C setup. After this, we grasped how to run a campaign, how to start a campaign from start to finish. And after that, we'll be really competent in how we run Facebook ad campaigns. And after this, we're gonna look into an existing campaign and how we can tweak certain things to optimize performance, looking at the metrics inside the ad account and how to optimize metrics. So later this, it will be probably module 1.7. We will read metrics, but right after this one, we're going to do a B2C campaign setup so you can really understand how to run a campaign, guys. I really urge you to try it on yourself, at least like put $5 a day and try something. Even if you're not selling a product, just start a website, play around. So you need to do it yourself first to really understand how to do it, guys. Take care. In this one, we're going to go over a B2C campaign. In this campaign, we're going to be promoting a service. In this service, what we do is we're going to promote a palm reading service, which is B2C. The palm reading is going to be free. We're going to get the information of the people. And before that, we get... and then also plus that, we're going to do a remarketing campaign. So we're going to remarket to people who came to that page but haven't submitted their information to get the free palm reading. So how are we going to do that? I will come back here and let's get to Events Manager to see which actions are actually in there. All right, so let's say we put the pixel in. The pixel is already there. Open Event Setup tool, and I will put my info there. I'll let in the fortuneteller.com. All right, we go to the website, and there's gonna be the helper popping up here. Perfect. This is the best one we need. So it is already tracking the lead. This one is lead. Palm reading. Let's click this one. All right. So when people click to choose the file, so they get to a certain point where they put some sort of commitment in here, right? So this is not just filling those spaces in. Let's put some phone number in. Don't call this, guys. This is a random phone number. I don't want to make people go crazy. All right. This is a random number. This is my email, by the way, guys. And let's put so they're gonna take a picture of their palms and upload it here. Okay, so in this case, guys, we have two options. Either we can track this button, or we can track the thank you page. If you don't have a thank you page, you need to, if the client doesn't have a thank you page, you have to track this button. So tracking this as the end goal, as the conversion, is going to be enough. But if you have a thank you page, in this case I want to track an URL here. Once we track the URL, I don't want to track this because this is this page. This is not a thank you page. So let's say I choose a file. All right. Okay, and then we're gonna come to the thank you page. Let's wait. Yes. So we are, thank you for choosing a lot in the fortune teller. Now we're here. Now we're gonna track this URL, and this is going to be purchase. And we're gonna don't include a value because it doesn't have a price value here. URL contains thank you for choosing a lot in the fortune teller. Now we don't have to put the first part here, and we're gonna click confirm. And I already have this in place, so I'm not gonna do that. And if you have a thank you page, you're just gonna add the end part of your URL and contains, and whatever action you are planning to associate this action with. And then once you click confirm, it will be all set and done. So I already have that. I'm not gonna do this. That's the reason why. All right, since the events are all set up, let's create the campaign. So this is the campaign I just started. Doesn't even have a name. Let's cancel. Let's edit this campaign. Perfect. So let's do this in United States of America. Conversion campaign. Conversion campaign. Palm reading. So this is gonna be the page that we're driving the people to. Palm reading, and let's put free palm reading. And we're gonna target this towards female because males are not really interested in palm reading. So we were going to spend too much money if we did that, and the conversion rate is gonna drop significantly. And since we are all the adsets are gonna be in United States, we don't need to put that in here. So it's gonna be under the campaign. So let's test interests and also age range. I really want to see which age range is going to be more responsive. Let's put 18 to 28. So all these are going to be female, so we don't need to put female again here. Female. And we're going to do purchase here. So the end goal is purchase that we just defined the action. Let's spend, let's say we have a big budget, guys, $100 a day. It's gonna give us a warning. It is higher, like it's gonna give us a warning saying it looks higher than your usual spending. We're just gonna ignore that. All right. People living in this location. It can be since we're doing an online service, it doesn't really matter. But we are actually interested in people knows English because we're gonna target them in English. The website is in English. So our main goal is to target people who knows English, and people visiting us, United States of America, probably know English. So we don't need to do this. But if you were selling an e-com brand, if you're an e-com brand and selling goods and shipping to United States and shipping in United States and around in that country, you need to check this one. And if you're also promoting it like a brick and mortar service, you need to tick this one. But since this is an online service, I don't really care. And people might travel to the United States and came back to, let's say, Mexico. They probably know English, so I'm not going to give a damn about that. 18 to 28. So 10-year age range. All right, guys. So once we selected this, 18 to 28, let's do the gender to women, and we're gonna try a different thing. This is really good for scaling, but if you have a really niche offer, I wouldn't suggest you to use it. So what we're gonna do is keep the interest open. This is going to be leaving everything to Facebook, so it is extremely wide, 36 to 43 million. So that will actually is gonna give us which age range is actually performing the best. So what we're gonna do is do next, go next, palm reading. All right, guys, we're gonna come here, palm reading, and we're gonna create a new single image. Title design, and let's go to pixel. Let's say palm. Astrology. Let's say fortune telling. All right, we're gonna come here. Okay, this looks good for the stories and Instagram stories and Facebook stories. Let's find something good for 1080 by 1080, but looks similar to this one. But actually we can crop this to make it look similar. Okay, this burning thing. Let's use this. And we need one horizontal. Okay, this is still not horizontal, but we're gonna need to find a similar image. Okay, let's use this one. I'm gonna crop this and use this. All right, let's come here, upload media. Alright guys, now we finished all the creatives. So let's start with palm reading single image. It took a bit time guys, sorry for that. Trying to get it all sorted up. So this is the right column ad that we're gonna have. See, this one fits perfectly, and we're gonna replace this and upload the new one for that spec. Free palm reading, amazing. Oh, let's come to here. Awesome. So we're gonna change this, and in that way we're not wasting any space at all. Every little tiny bit is being used in this. So as you can see, oops, not this one. These changed too. Okay, let's say next. We're gonna change here. Change. Alright, perfect. And now we're gonna change this. Alright, now we're not losing any space at all. As you can see, stories looks amazing. Right column looks amazing. In article, it looks like this. Grabs the attention. And we're gonna get the palm reading part. Palm reading by Aladdin. So we want to get this site as a landing page. So it is tracking. What we want to have is some what we want to say is nothing is really goes along with the offer that we have. We're gonna pretty much gonna say learn more. Claim your palm reading for free. Let's put and sphere emoji, which makes it look like astrological, and limited time only. Limited time only. And let's put an alert emoji. Receive your reading in hours. All right, this is what we have here. Looks cool, easy, nothing complicated. Short tail, a copy here, primary text is over here. Easy peasy. Now we're gonna publish this and we're gonna duplicate the ad set. Guys, by the way, it depends. If you want to do the ad sets first, you can do them first, or you want to do the ad set copy and then a new ad set copy, you can do both. It doesn't matter for me actually. I try both sometimes. Now I'm doing the copy first and then moving on to the ad set. So now we're changing the age range 29 to 39. And we'll be able to see what is actually going on. And we're not $100 a day. And 29 to 39. And by the way, we're just targeting women and not specifying any interests over here. This is only purely testing the age, guys. And we're duplicating this again. Duplicating this into this ad set. And now we will do 40 to 50. And then we'll do 51 plus. 40. My prediction is going to be 51 plus will be the main conversion driver, but I'm not sure, of course. We will have to test and see. And then now we are sure that one of the age ranges bringing the real the customers. We want to move and put in interests, but as you saw, guys, there wasn't really really specific interest groups that we could have targeted. So we want to keep it open. So let Facebook find the people for us. 51 plus. So this is specifically, so our offer is catered towards most women actually. So they'll be pretty open to. All right, so our campaign is on, guys. So we're actually segmented the age ranges. We want to put one more creative possibly to have more activity over here, and then I will pause this ad for now since I'm not gonna run this. This is for trial purposes only. Now what we're gonna do is do a remarketing campaign, but it is not gonna be only remarketing campaign like running for the sake of it, right? We want to do, by the way, guys, these people who we're going to target will be aware of our brand because we targeted them with the palm reading. So they are going to be warm audiences. So they know our brand, they visited the website, they didn't convert. So warm remarketing, palm reading. All right. So now we can do A/B testing. So now, campaign budget optimization. Why? Because we won't be able to. So these are going to be the number of people who are going to be visiting our website. The remarketing audience is going to be way smaller than the cold audiences. So now we can let Facebook decide. So there's not going to be enough testing area for us to play with. Therefore, we want to keep it. We want to let Facebook play with it. Then we want to choose purchase. And this is the key, guys. People, women visited palm reading. Okay, so we're targeting women who visited the palm reading. This is going to be remarketing. So if we didn't have the pixel in here, we wouldn't be able to do this. So now with the help of the pixel, what we're going to do is we're going to say create new custom audiences, and your sources is going to be website. So we're going to use the website to help us. But the key here, we want to make it depending on, let's say, if the campaign has been running, or we want to target people who have visited in the 90 days, we can go up to 100, 180, but I would usually go with 90 depending on the campaign. But in this case, since this is a super new campaign and we're spending a ton of budget on this, I will do 30 days. But the key is we don't want to target all people with the palm reading. Maybe some are interested in astrology reading and we don't want to target them palm reading. It doesn't make sense. What are we going to do? People who visited specific web pages here. So in 30 days, they specifically visited palm reading. So I just, let me drop this down for you guys. So here, as you can see, the whole URL. I am only grabbing the last part of this URL. So I grabbed the last part of the URL, came here, contains palm reading by Auditting. So the audience name will be people who visited palm reading page. All right, now we create the audience and done. So now sometimes it automatically puts it into exclude, guys, so be careful. So now it's in the excluded list. So we want to cancel. We come here, we want to target those people who visited palm reading page, and we want to exclude the people who already submitted their the palm reading, right? So we want to exclude them. So how are we going to exclude them, right? So this is going to be critical. So we want to create a new audience, custom audience, people. Let's find the correct pixel. People who completed the purchase event. So people who came to the purchase complete. So which is thank you for Auditting. That thank you page was unique to palm reading, right? Purchase complete. People who submitted the palm reading. So we can understand what it means. In 30 days again. Now it makes sense. So we are targeting people who visited the palm reading page, but we are excluding the people who submitted. So we are only targeting people who visited but didn't submit. So by the way, just make sure people here, let's do United States. All right, so we're not gonna put an age limit over here. It's gonna be open, manual, so automatic placements. There's gonna be a remarketing copy. Another key information here, guys, remarketing long tail. You don't want to use the same copy or the same image for remarketing. They already seen your ad, they already came to your website, and they didn't make the purchase, or they didn't take the action that you wanted them to take. Why? Maybe they didn't like it, so they possibly have some objections. So you want to tackle those objections with these and assume that they have these objections. So you need to use those thinking that they already have these objections, and you're gonna tackle them in the copy or ad itself. So in this case, I'm gonna use the same image and I'm gonna tackle the objections in the copy itself. You were busy last time. Let's put a timer emoji. Let's come here, timer. Busy last time. Let me know. But you shouldn't miss the free palm reading, which is only a click away. So we are saying you were busy last time. We acknowledge their first, like they didn't make that action. We acknowledge that you were busy last time, but you shouldn't miss the free palm reading, which is only a click away. So they don't have to do anything like complicated to download a certain stuff, you know, put too much information. So we're gonna say it is easy, which, let's say, which was $68. So we are saying it was $68 before, and now it's free. So we're actually making them think, oh, okay, so it was not free before, and now I have to make that purchase. And then the description will be, let's say, explore your future. Learn about your future lover, let's say. Yeah, it will intrigue anyone. I'm 100% sure. So they always want to learn about their future lovers or whoever it may be. You know, they want to learn more about, you know, their love life or their family life, financial life. So in the next copy, you probably put your financial life, family life, whatever it may be. So we're gonna tackle those. And in this case, the funnel is super simple. We're targeting those here. It is not a long tail, actually. We did a short tail copy. And then we're gonna change this. Don't forget these guys. These are really important. They may seem small. Some people just run with it, but these what makes the difference. These what makes it look pro. All right, looks classy as it gets. And then we are going to be targeting the people who visited the site now. Easy peasy. So what we did, guys, let me cover. So this is a big budget campaign. So if we did have a really small budget, I wouldn't really go for open targeting, but I wanted to test the age ranges, and we didn't have that interest readily available in Facebook, so we had to be creative. So we're assuming most of the women are interested in astrology. We have to generalize that, but we're actually seeing which age range is performing well and, you know, reacting to our ad. And once they do, we're gonna get them in the remarketing. So with the Facebook new updates, you're not gonna be able to see those age ranges in the report once they make the purchase. You're not going to be able to see those because the iOS 14 is blocking everything. So once you get that into a Data Studio report, you will be seeing something like uncategorized or unknown or something like that. So the way to do it, so you're going to be 100% sure that who is actually giving you the most purchases. So if you didn't do that kind of segmentation, you'll probably see in the report, once you report to the client, you'll probably see like 80% female, 10% male, and 10% unknown. Or, you know, they will be like 25 to 35, since we're only targeting females, 25 to 35, 45 to 55, and then the vast majority is unknown because the iOS updates do not allow us to get the most accurate data. All right, guys, we covered this. We covered this remarketing and the B2C targeting in a campaign. We did 2 campaigns, one remarketing, one B2C. And in the next campaign, in the next module, we're going to be seeing auditing an existing ad account and seeing how we can improve and optimize performance. See you guys. Hey guys, how are you doing? Today we're going to cover lookalike audiences. Guys, lookalike audiences are the key of a successful ad campaign. So you might be asking, why do I need to use that? Facebook already gives you some options. Why would I want to use lookalike audiences? Let me just write that down. Lookalike audiences, right? Which is commonly known as LL. So if you see an LL in an ad account, that means lookalike audiences, guys. So why is that really important? So since you guys know Facebook had iOS 14 updates, which Apple users can opt out from being tracked on certain websites. So their interests are actually not being able to tracked by Facebook interface. So us advertisers have limited control over the adsets. So how does that give us a disadvantage, you might ask? So let's say we are doing a pet insurance and we are targeting people who are interested in dog toys, right? And this is just one ad set, and the other ad sets, dog breed, dog food, dog parks, it goes on and on and on. And then in this case, people who used to be in the dog audience, let's say dog park audience, are not in that audience anymore. So the accuracy of our targeting goes down like crazy. So lookalike audiences, using that, for example, we have a customer list, like an Excel sheet that the client provides, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it goes to let's say we have 1,000 customers, right? And provided by the client, or let's say they are selling a phone case and they have 1,000 customers, and it goes by Olsen, Jake, and they have their emails, olseno@gmail.com, and it goes on and on and on. 1,000 people, right? What are we gonna do? We're gonna take this, put it into Facebook, and tell Facebook, I want people similar to that, but not these people, which is going to be way crazy, and it's gonna work like magic. Trust me, guys, this will be lookalike audiences will be your best performing audiences. Trust me when I say this. So you're gonna have option to go with 1%, similar to those audiences, up to 10%, guys. So there is no magic number in this. Either way, by the way, you can choose 1%. 0 to 1%, or 0 to 2%, 0 to 3%, or let's say you just want to pick 4 to 5%. You can choose that, but the smaller percentages, let's say you put 4 to 5%, similar, there's gonna be probably 600,000 people in that audience. But if you do, for example, 0 to 5%, it is going to be more than 2 million. 0 to 5%. Audiences, this is going to be 2 million people in that audience. But keep that in mind, the lower the percentage is, the closely related that audience is related to your base audience. So you don't have to always use a customer list. You can also use your website visitors as a case. But if you have like a really small website, on your website visitors are your, like, let's say your friend's mom and your admin and finance person, you're probably not gonna get an accurate data. But if you just took over a client, or you're working in a really big let's say e-com brand that are selling let's say funny socks, or some cool hats, snapback hats, basketball jerseys, and they probably have a lot of traffic. In this case, you want to use lookalikes of website visitors. You can use everything, guys. You can use lookalikes of everything. Now we're gonna jump back into the interface and gonna see how it all works. So as we can see, we're back at the Aladdin Fortune Tellers ad account. Let's create a dummy campaign. It's gonna be a conversion campaign, of course. And let's say we want to sell a palm reading service, which is over here. See your future, and the service is this one, guys. Let me quickly show you. And palm reading, I want to sell this service, for example. Let's say in this case this is free, but let's say we want to sell it, and this have a price, let's assume. And the campaign rate, palm reading, conversion campaign, we gotta name this correctly all the time, guys. This is really important. And under this campaign, so the campaigns have certain objectives as we selected before, and we want to, for example, use this as a lookalike campaign. Palm reading, lookalike. And in this campaign, we're going to have a bunch of adsets which has different lookalike percentages and different lookalikes. Why? So if we throw all the lookalikes, let's say website visitor lookalike and customer list lookalike, it is going to be like chaos in the ad account. So we're not going to be, if it works, you're lucky. If it doesn't, you're done. You don't have any options to alter it. If you have multiple ad sets, you'll be able to alter that, you know, close the ones that are not working. So let's go delve deep into it. And we're gonna use, not gonna use campaign budget optimization because we wanna close the ones that are not working. And let's name our ad set properly. So it is going to be LL, which stands for lookalikes, and we're gonna create a lookalike of a customer list that we provide, and we're gonna have this customer list. Maybe it's our business and we have the list of customers. And let's come back down here, and then let's choose purchase as a conversion action, and our budget is going to be $20. And all right, so our location is going to be Australia, but since this is going to be an online service, we don't need people to actually live in Australia. So people living or recently in this location is still good for us. Excuse me. So what I'm gonna do here, guys, under audiences, the critical part is here. I'm gonna come create new. So we are gonna actually create a new audience. So we have no idea about this list supposedly, and then we're gonna acquire this list from someone. If I am working in an agency, I'm just gonna contact the client. Hey, do you have a list of people that worked with you or has purchased from you, right? And they're gonna probably have a list. 99% they usually keep track. Let's say email, phone number, name, surname, whatever it may be, and then we're gonna have like 1,000 people list, 600 people, 100 people, I don't know, whatever it may be, right? So we're gonna click custom audience, and in this case it gives a lot of options here, but this list is a customer list. So we're gonna click next, and it gives you template. So this template is gonna be like name, blah blah blah, you know, surname. It is super easy, guys. We don't need to worry about this. Click next, and the value is kind of important. So a person that bought an iPhone is not equal to a person who just bought an iPhone case, which is like $10, which is $2,000, right? These are all two different customer values. So you might want to value those, so Facebook finds people accordingly. So Facebook understands, okay, this person worth more for our business, and I'm gonna find people just like this. That means that, but since we are promoting just one service, which is palm reading, we're not gonna put a value in. So if you have just one product, you don't need to put that in. All right, since we're gonna come here and click upload file, and we're just gonna upload a random file. I have no idea. Let's say leads. I found one list called leads, and let's pretend this is customer list. Customer list who purchased from my business, let's say, right? And then you don't need to add a description. It will be descriptive enough. We have a 50 character limit, and it is going to ask you like identify these. Are these correct? Or this is of course name. So you're just going to select name, owner. Let's put something else. The other ones doesn't matter. So it's just going to upload it and going to tell you the process. How many numbers are actually in place? How many are not in place? And then we're gonna come to the exact fun part, that the main purpose of this video, create a lookalike audience. So I'm clicking on this, and we're gonna have, as I went over in this beginning of this video, we have percentages. 1 to 2%, 0 to 1%, 4 to 5%, goes all up to 10%. So you have authority to play around with this. There is no right and wrong percentage. So the lower this percentage number is, this means that it is more similar to your base lookalike source. And as the number grows to, let's say, 8 to 10%, the number is less similar to your lookalike source. In this case, we want to start with, let's say, 0.1. Then once we drain this audience, we're gonna go further. We will probably do 1 to 2 and then 2 to 3. I want you to try that, and you're gonna put, of course, Australia in here since we're doing Australia. All right, so we're gonna create this lookalike audience. As I suggested before, this is going to be kind of small. Other than lookalikes, I would also suggest you to use a wider audience. So I will at least want that to be 500,000, since after the iOS updates, I would definitely urge you to do that. And then we're gonna do this right now. 0.0% to 2%. All right, 433,000. That's not good. Not bad at all. Let's go with this. And in Australia, it's all right. And then default, it is gonna put your customer list in there as well. Just be careful, guys. This is super important. So you don't want to target people who already bought from your business. There's no point in that, right? So you're just gonna cancel this, click this little cross here, and then you just want to attack the lookalikes. As you can see, I only have the lookalikes, but I also want to exclude people who already bought from my business. Purchase complete, people submitted palm reading, or yes, this is the one that we created, or the custom. Let's upload the customer list. I want to find that customer list. All right, perfect. Who purchased from my business? So we are all set here. I'm gonna publish that, but before publishing, I want to name my campaign properly. It was lookalike campaign of customer list, and your lookalike percentage is 0.000% to 2%, right? And then we're gonna publish this. And then what we're gonna do, we're not gonna go on and create ads right now, because the main purpose of this video is to go over the lookalikes, and we're creating a lookalike campaign specifically. And if you're running a big campaign, I will urge you to create a different lookalike campaign rather than, interest targeting, right? You're gonna have multiple campaigns in that occasion. And let's duplicate this, and we're gonna try out a new percentage of lookalikes. And we are doing, by the way, adset budget optimization. It is critical in this case because we are actually giving each percentage enough chance, enough money to spend, and try actually which percentage is actually working. I've worked with a lot of advertisers, guys, in the past. They always fall into that trap of using campaign budget optimization all the time, and they think, oh, this is not working. But this may have worked, but you didn't give them enough time. And if this have one purchase, for example, Facebook is gonna push all the money to this one and not spend enough money to that one, and you end up spending more to the first purchase, getting adset. All right, let's go. This is the copied version. Let's delete this, and this is going to be, we did 0 to 2. Let's do 2 to 4% in this case. Okay, so we need to cancel those, and we're gonna create from scratch. So what was our audience? The base audience. People purchase complete, not this one. People who visited palm reading, not that one. You have to create identifiers, guys, like a clear name, so you know what you're doing. Yes, customer list who purchased from my business. That one was the one. And now we're gonna come on this bar and scroll right. I'm gonna click and create a lookalike audience. Now we come to that same page. What I'm gonna do, we're gonna go to 2% to 4%, and so we can test 0 to 2 to 4, 2 to 4. And you might be surprised, guys. It doesn't necessarily mean that the smaller the number, the closely related to your lookalike source is going to perform better. It doesn't mean that at all. So we're gonna create this. All right, now we have to exclude this, guys, and we want to exclude our customer list as well. And we are all fine with this. I'm gonna publish, and then we are not done, guys. So since this is a lookalike campaign, I want to test one more lookalike. I want to see a lookalike or of a different source, which is going to be website visitors. So I have a hefty amount of website visitors, so this is going to be lookalike of 180 days website visitors. So basically what I'm saying is, alright Facebook, here is the list of people who visited my page. By the way, you can only do that if your pixel is installed, otherwise you won't be able to tell who visited your website. This is the list of people who visited my site, and I want you to create a lookalike who have similar behavior patterns, who have similar interests to those people, right? This is gonna make huge difference in your performance. What I'm gonna do is we need to create a new one again. We're gonna come here, create new custom audience, and this is going to be website. We clicked. All right, so the pixel is this one, the source, the brain, the pixel, and let's say 180. But you have to think about that smartly, because 180 days, a person who have seen your ad like 160 days ago, or maybe visited your site, who has like probably forgotten about your ad, like quite likely that he has no idea about your ad or whatever it may be. So if you want more accurate data, you might want to say 30, let's say, or even 7 days, right? But if you want to go with 7 days, you got to make sure that your client or your business has enough people visiting her or his site. And we're going to name this 7 days website visitors. All right, so we created this audience. Now our source is 7 days website visitors. Now we're going to create a similar lookalike audience. And as you can see, the smaller it is too small, 0 to 1 is even bigger. So we will try to expand this as well. So you can also try this as let's say add to carts. For example, you only want to see similar people who added to carts but didn't purchase. If you ran out of, for example, your customer list, and you did 0 to 2, 2 to 4, and then 4 to 6, and then you came to 10, and you have been running this and drain all the audiences. By the way, I would go up to 10 here, 4 to 6, 6 to 8, 8 to 10. Create as many as possible, guys. If you have the budget, that is going to give you the most enough accurate data. Once you run off of this, what I would do, these are the customers. I will step one step back, which is I'm gonna come back here, and let me just, okay, let's draw this over here. So your first closely related who purchased, come to your first goal is purchased, right? Which is customer list. So first you want to drain this, and you want to go after this. I mean, meaning lookalikes, right? You create lookalikes, you try 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 0 to 10. You finish all the lookalikes, and how you know you finish, your performance starts to go down after a while. And then you know you drained this audience, and Facebook is giving you like non-related people after a while, and you understand, okay, this audience is done. What you're gonna do, you're gonna come back a step back. So this is gonna be add to cart. So you wanna go after add to cart lookalikes now. So you're gonna have a broader audience than this one. So you're gonna go after these guys. You're gonna use the same strategy, 0 to 4, and maybe 4 to 6, and then 6 to 8, or whatever it may be, right? You're gonna try these percentage brackets. And then once you know you drained this audience after like a couple of months, maybe 3 months, so this is gonna be half the amount of people who added to carts, and you're gonna go back to content visitors, right? Content visit. Let's say you have a video, product description, or something like that. Content visitors, and you want to use the same process in that lookalike audience. So lookalike audiences should keep running in the back of the campaign, always trying to find new audiences. Always you're using the smart algorithm of Facebook and using that to your leverage, right? By the way, some ad set in here, let's say 8 to 10, is performing amazing. It is not stopping, right? What are you gonna do? Maybe you can run this without non-stop, and you drain all the other ones. You close that, so there's one ad set in that campaign, in that customer list lookalikes, and you drain this, that nothing performed really well, and customer visitors maybe 0 to 2% is performing amazing, right? And what you're gonna do, you're gonna maybe take this and create a campaign budget optimization, and now you can run a CBO campaign. I'm not against the CBO campaign budget optimization. Now you can run a CBO campaign with this, and you're gonna have 8 to 10% lookalikes, which is the best working ad set amongst the customer lookalikes, customer list lookalikes, and then you're gonna use the best one of your maybe content visitors, which is 0 to 2%, 2% over here, and you're gonna use the best ones and use CBO. So you are sure that these ad sets, these interests are working crazy good. So now you can run a CBO campaign. Yep. All right, let's go back to our page. So here I wouldn't really run this, but I'm just showing to you how this goes, like creating a website visitors, and then you're gonna come here, create a lookalike audience, and then maybe you want to try 0 to 3, and you have half the amount of people in this, and you create that, and then it is gonna give you default. Oh, this time it excluded. All right, we're not touching anything. Usually default, you gotta make sure it might put your source audience in the include as well, so you just gotta double check every time, and then you're gonna publish. But in this case, I always suggest you go from the closer point, which is the closest to purchase, which is purchase lookalikes first, and then add to cart lookalikes, and then content visit lookalikes or checkout initiated over here, and then website visitors lookalike, website visitors lookalike. But in this case, if you don't have enough customers, if you're just starting right away with your own business, which is brand new, you have no option but to go with website visitors because you don't have enough people purchased or add to cart, right? But if you are working with a client in an agency or in a marketing department, the best way to go is from purchase to add to cart to visitors, and you're gonna try the lookalikes here first, and then here, and then here. So that is the best strategy, guys. See you in the next module. Hey guys, we are back at it. This is the last module of Facebook. In this one, we're gonna cover and audit the Facebook ad account. So what are the important metrics should we consider, and what are the things that we need to take into account for making changes? So in this one, we're gonna look at a Facebook ad account, which is an insurance company, insurance dogs and pets. So in this one, there are two important metrics. So it depends on the campaign objective. So we covered the campaign objectives, and these campaign objectives, the live ones, actually are mainly catered towards conversion. So getting people to make a purchase online, which is a high-end product. They're paying about $1,000, so which is not like an impulse purchase. They have to make a decision. For these, what are the important metrics? So we want to see, we're gonna come here. These are the custom columns, guys. So we need to find the important ones that we want to see. So the default ones are not gonna be enough. So we want to see CPC, CTR. Since we're just not looking by link clicks, you don't need to go by CTR by link clicks. We're looking at all clicks. So we talked about this in the past modules. When a person clicks on the profile picture, like a small click, and doesn't land on your website, it still counts as a click, but it has to be a link click for a person to land on your page. So we come down. So since we're not using like a brand awareness campaign, we don't want to look at the CPM, for example. Quality ranking is important. Engagement rate ranking is not really important for us. We don't need to see that. Page posts, we don't want to give a damn about these because this is not an engagement campaign. We are looking for results. If we have a video running, so we want to see at which point people drop off the video, and we also want to see, let's go to the conversion action events. So this is so important, guys. ROAS. So how much we're spending and how much we're getting. So there are three. So there's in this product actually we don't have. So the price point changes a lot depending on the person's their pet's age, breed, or whatever it may be. So we're not going to look at the ROAS, and we want to look at the CPA. There's a CPA goal we want to achieve, which makes the client profitable. So, and we're focusing on that CPA. So ROAS is really important if you're selling a product that has a value, but in this case, the price point changes a lot. So there are certain cases that ROAS might not be important. So you cannot be like, oh, we're at 6 ROAS, so every 1,000 we're paying, we're getting 6,000 in return. In this case, we can't do that with insurance company. So we want to see purchase complete, which is critically important. Purchases here as well. The custom conversions that we want purchase complete. We want to see this. And that's all, guys. That's the all important metrics. If you already configured leads, for example, you want to track leads. But in this case, we didn't configure leads, so we just want to go with purchase completes and all the other metrics. So let's go to cold conversion campaign. In this campaign, you will see bunch of different ad sets. See how I put them in different interests and different ad sets, and I pause the ones that are not working here. So this is critical. As we talked about, for example, I have dog food, dog toy, dog park, dog breeds, dog behavior, dogs, golden breed, and I can see which one actually worked or which one didn't. So let's get this time from November to end of Jan, for instance, and we will be seeing the purchase completes, which is an end product varies between $1,000 to $3,000, which varies a lot. So we can see, guys, cost per purchase here, it varies a lot. So this guy over here, so we can see cost per purchase is way too high, $500, which is dog's interest, which is a super general interest, and we just put it to test against these. So these are somewhat related. Between these ad sets, there's an intersection, which, for example, 10% off dog interests, also the same people who are the 10% off dog behavior, they intersect. There is like a matching people in those interest groups, but it is really beneficial to see which one is working or which one is not, as I talked about on each and every module, which is critically important. For example, this one, guys, is also super high CPA. That's what I posted, even though it gave us a purchase over here. So we're gonna look at actually the amount spent as well. So if we just spent like $50 and we haven't seen a return, we shouldn't complain about that. Here, for example, it could have run way more longer than the other ones. So this one spent that much and gave us one conversion, but if we let it spend, for example, to 400, and it might have given us some conversions, right? So that's what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna turn dog toy on the ad set, because we haven't spent that much, guys. We haven't spent that much, and that campaign might bring us that ad set might bring us some conversion. So it is $50 spent is not enough amount to gauge if it is really working or not. So in this case, we turned that on. But these are proven that they're not really profitable, and this also passed the CPA that we're targeting, which is 150. And when it passes the target CPA, guys, I tend to pause them. So I wouldn't pause it like if my target CPA is 150 and it goes to 160, 170, 180, I can still tolerate that. But if it passes that, I will pause that. So for instance, this one is really lucrative. Puppy related, dog and puppy related interests, which is a little broader than these ones, which is not similar, by the way, guys. So these have only puppy and puppy and dog intersection related interests. This is dogs. This didn't work, but this guy is working really well, working wonders, guys. And here we can see we have 6 purchase completes with a CPA of $67, which is almost the half of the target CPA, which is a little bit. This one is kitten and cat related interest, which is a little above than the target here. This one is also a little above the target. This is the lookalike audiences, guys. So lookalike audiences is pretty simple to create. I will show that to you as well. Lookalike is giving Facebook data and letting them know I want to see related audiences to these guys. So Facebook has all that data, right? So we come here, for example, and there is a lookalike audience of a certain data. So here we have a customer list, for example, and if you have a number of people listed, or you have a pixel in your website, you should have, and you're letting Facebook, okay, I want to see lookalikes, like similar people, who is 1% to 10%. You can choose the percentages, similar people to that audience. So in this case, we have lookalike audiences of a list of people. So what this does is, let's say you have a list of people of 1,000 people. So the longer the list is, the better. So you're giving Facebook enough data to play with. Let's say you have 1,000 people who purchased a certain service, let's say in this case an insurance, and these people has a background of information on Facebook, and Facebook gets that person's name and surname and phone number or whatever it may be, whatever you have in the list, and Facebook says, okay, if these people are the people that your end goal matches, so if these people are the people that you actually converted, so these are the people that are valuable to you, I'm gonna go ahead and find people similar to these people, right? It's like a blessing, guys. So in this case, I excluded people who purchased and existing policyholders. So why is that? So we don't want to market to those. So these might be similar to, you know, they might be the same people. So you want to exclude them too. So this is a scaling tool, guys. You don't want to target the same people. So how you can do as well, you come here, for example. I'm not going to do that, but once you create a lookalike audiences, you're going to upload an audience first, guys. You're going to say create new. Once you come here, there are two audiences. So first, to have it, you need to have a custom audience. So in this space, once we come here, you have a variety of options to create a lookalike. So first, you need to have that base. If you have a list of customers, you're going to create a customer list. If you have a website pixel in place and you want to create, let's say, let's create a website lookalikes. So how we do that? You come here, a website, and it is going to give some options. Let's say all website visitors. So we want to create people, lookalikes, similar people to people who have visited our website. 180 days. Let's say 180 days. Website visitors. I'm going to create the audience. So the audience is done now. So we have an audience list of people who visited our page in 180 days. Now we want to make a similar audience leveraging the power of Facebook. So now we're going to come here and create a lookalike audience from that website visitors. And now it is going to give you some options just like this. You're going to have the country option. So you might say, I want to have similar audiences, but I want them to be in a certain country, right? And here, so you can create a number of lookalikes. You have unlimited selection actually. So this gives you a number of reach over here. This number. So the lower the number is, the more similar those people are to your base, right? So if I were to choose 9 to 10%, they are less similar to my base audience. but this one is the most similar to my base audience. So this guy right here, 0 to 1% lookalike, is the most accurate, the most similar, almost the same, but not, to my base list. In this case, website visitors. But it doesn't guarantee, guys, that the lower the number is, the better it is. So usually people see better results in 2 to 3%, 1 to 2%, or you might even make it like 0 to 10%, but you won't be able to tell the best performer here. What I would do personally, if we have enough budget, I would create 0 to 1%, and then in a different ad set, I will create 1 to 2%, and I will create 2 to 3%. I will create 3 to 4%, and I will go on and go on and go on, which is going to be under a lookalike campaign. But in this case, I didn't do that. Why? Because I only want to spend so much budget in a lookalike audience, right? So you need to have a significant amount of budget to test everything. Or if you don't have a budget, just like what I did, you might want to start off with 0 to 1% and let it run for a while, and then you add a 1 to 2% in the same campaign. So you might have 0 to 1%, 1 to 2%, and then let's see, you added a new one while these are running, for example, right? Let's say we already ran 0 to 1, we already ran 1 to 2, and we want to try 2 to 3, and estimated reach is over here, and we want to create this lookalike audience. So by the way, guys, it is gonna put us, sometimes you gotta check, you might see your audience in the excluded list, so you might want to make sure they're in the include people. Sometimes it automatically puts it in the excluded. So here we created the lookalike over here, 2 to 3% of website visitors, but we're not gonna run that. I'm closing this. In this remarketing, by the way, we are running 0 to 9%, so which is a pretty big audience. Why I did that? There is a reason. Because when I started this, Facebook was still in between of specificity and the volume. So in this case, the offer that we have is a limited time offer. So I want to utilize that limited time offer as much as possible, and I want to get as much exposure as possible. So that's why I created 0 to 9, and usually I don't do that. 0 to 9, and created that lookalike to try off, and then once we get back to the normal policy offers, which is maybe the regular price, which is not like we want to go after hard, I would probably go 1 to 2%, 2 to 3%, 3 to 4%. But of course, make sure, guys, every limited percentage, 1 to 2, is like around 200,000, which is not essentially ideal for an ad set to have. So you want to have it like around 500,000 at least, and maybe 1 million if you live in United States, right? That's why I would also at least include 1 to 3, 0 to 2. I want to at least have 5,000 people in there. So yeah, so we're not going to publish that, of course, so it is already running. We are seeing this is really lucrative. We looked at the numbers over here. We come here. We want to look at all the creatives we're using here, and I selected those, and it is going to show me, and I'm going to come here, so it is going to show the ads for the selected ad sets. So it's going to show me all ads that we can see that we are running at this stage. And for ads, guys, it is really important to see the click-through rate, so you can see how appealing an ad is looking at the click-through rate. And also, of course, you're going to see the how many purchases that certain ad brought. So we can see this one, blue background, brought us 6 conversions, and it is the same one, total 9 purchase complete conversions. So we can see this creative is working wonders for us. So I want to keep those no matter what, all right? And this video creative brought us 2, which is not too bad. This cuddling Labrador brought us 1, and this kittens brought us 1. So we can see kittens are not really performing really good, but we are still almost at the target CPA. So I'm not gonna turn that off by any means. So there's a Husky creative, which is quite new, but we haven't gotten any conversions yet. But we can see the ad spend is like, we haven't even spent $1 yet, so you cannot judge anything by this. This one is questionable, guys. I might wanna pause this, but I wanna give some time. We are at 250 CPA with this creative specifically, but keep that in mind, guys. This creative is just running under one ad set, under the selected ad sets. So let's look at the CTR. So you might not see CTR if you haven't chosen it. So we might go to customize columns here. I want to click CTR and CPC. So by looking at CPC also, you're gonna see how relevant your ad is actually. If your ad is not really relevant, meaning your landing page is super irrelevant and you don't have the keywords actually you're going after, keywords meaning, for example, we're doing a pet insurance and your website has nothing to do with pet insurance, it's really clickbaity, and you want to just get people to click on your ad or whatever it may be, you know, there's no relevancy in the copy and in the product that you're selling, then Facebook might decrease your relevancy score. And the click-through rate is really one, and once your relevancy score is down, your CPC will be going higher and higher. So in this case, we don't have a too much really high CPC. In this case, we have a pretty high CPC over here, but we just got 1 click, so it is hard to determine. We don't want to come to a conclusion when you don't have enough clicks. Let's look at the CTR. So these guys don't have a really big CTR, even though in the pet insurance industry, the CTR is below 1%. We are still above the industry average, which is good. But compared to the other creative we have, these are not really performing that well. But in terms of bringing the actual purchases, they're performing good. So my main metric to look at here is the purchase complete. So if this is, you know, imagine this like the CEO of the company, and the CEO is telling me something, okay, I'll listen to the CEO, right? I'm not gonna give a damn about the, let's say, finance manager says, because he's the boss and this is giving us the most money here, and we're not gonna touch anything. Once we go down, we have for almost 5% CTR, which is crazy good, guys. And if the CTR is that high, they're gonna impact the ad quality. So if the ad quality is better, you're gonna have a lower CPC. In this case, 5% CTR is so high, which means almost we have also the ad copy in the ad itself, the creative is amazing. 5% is amazing, guys. And also that if your page is relevant as well, you're gonna have a super low CPC. And in this case, you can see the CPC is quite low compared to the other creatives. And let's see, this one is also pretty good CPC, guys. Sorry, CTR, click-through rate. So this one is really way above the industry average. We can see this one. Sleepy Dog is performing really well in terms of CTR. We might want to find more like a Sleepy Dog creatives videos and use the same copy maybe, and then see if that one really gets good attention as well. We can say it is not about the copy, it is about the creative that is getting that attention to us, right? And let's look at the other ones. This one got 24 clicks, so it is a good number to, you know, evaluate the performance of that creative. We have 2.64% click-through rate, pretty good. CPC quite high in the Facebook marketplace. I would like to see a lower number over here, but we cannot judge it. But looking at the purchase complete, it didn't bring us a purchase. I wouldn't say this is a good indicator, but I will let it run a little bit, because you can see it only spent $50, and the same creative, sorry, it's a different copy, but you can see the image is the same, but the copy is different over here. This guy over here, I remember running this before. Here we spent 50 bucks. It didn't bring any purchase, but the click-through rate was super low and the CPC is super high. So for Facebook, almost 2.5 cost per click is quite high, guys. So I turned it off, and because also it didn't bring any purchase, even though we didn't spend too much. The CTR was also not really great, 1.35. I didn't run it. So the only way I would run a creative which has a super low CTR is purchases. If it brings quality purchases, I will run it. But if it has zero purchase, low CTR, and a high CPC, there is no way this guy is gonna run in my ad set, right? Yeah, guys, this was a quick rundown of how I audit a campaign, how I look at the numbers and make decisions in the campaign. Of course, it depends a lot on the company, the client, what they're running, what the offer they have. You might want to alter things in the ad account depending on the offers that they have. Let's say they have a limited inventory for a certain period and they want to go hard certain time, and it changes the campaign structure. So there is no white and black in running ads. So you might always want to adjust, but this is how I run things in my ads, in my ad accounts. This is just one example. Of course, we did many other before in the previous modules. So this will cover Facebook, guys. We're gonna jump into different ad platforms and see how we go. Peace.